Hi, I'm Zoe, your future marine biologist with a passion for the ocean's mysteries. Did you know that only 5% of the ocean has been mapped and explored? So that means there might be a chance that megalodons still exist, or that mermaids are actually real. What do you think? Before we dive into the deep end to answer that question, don't forget to like and subscribe. Taking up my dream course in an elite university with the coolest professors was literally the perfect college life. And of course, what's school life without a secret crush? Enter Jace, the nonchalant and incredibly smart guy who sat next to me in a couple of classes. With his attractive looks and chill vibes, he was such a walking daydream. We had small interactions here and there, but each one sent a storm through my tummy. Sometimes our elbows would accidentally touch, or our fingers would brush when picking something up from the floor. He'd ask me short questions related to class, and I'd try not to melt. One time, during a particularly boring lecture, I doodled a little sea creature in my notebook, and he peeked over.
Nice drawing. Maybe you should add a shark.
Blushing, I quickly sketched a tiger shark. He gave me a thumbs up, and it instantly made my day. Another time, I accidentally spilled coffee on his notebook. Oopsie, sorry about that. My reflexes are so uncooperative sometimes.
Great. Now my notes are caffeinated. Maybe they'll wake up before I do.
He gave me a lazy smile and pretended that nothing happened. Admiring his perfect side profile and having these small moments with him every day, my life was just simple and peaceful. Until this mysterious woman came along and ruined everything. It started when my favorite professor didn't show up to class one day. Instead, the door creaked open and a mysterious figure glided in, and we collectively held our breath as she finally stepped into the light. She looked so ethereal, with cascading waves of red hair and eyes that shimmered like the ocean. She looked like the Queen of Atlantis. Hello, class. My name is Miss Marina, and I'll be your temporary teacher while Professor Munchkins is on 1-month vacation. The room remained in a spellbound trance. For a moment, I was lost in it too, but a jolt of clarity snapped me back. She looked too young to be a teacher, probably only around her late 20s. What was it about her that felt so enchanting? I just found myself leaning closer to Jace. Doesn't she remind you of a mermaid? But Jace just smirked at me.
Nice imagination.
How about we start our day with a surprise quiz? Good idea? Instead of groans and complaints, everyone was suddenly hyped up, like she'd cast a spell. She hummed a hauntingly beautiful tune while we scribbled away, and I noticed the boys were just staring at her, seemingly hypnotized. Suddenly, I remembered how mermaids were known to be enchanting beings who lure men to the sea to drown them, or make them their slaves. And it didn't help that there was a sea just a few kilometers away from school. Oh no, what if... No. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I tried to shake those ridiculous thoughts off, but over the next few days, I noticed that Miss Marina seemed a little too fond of Jace. She always found a reason to call on him, her eyes sparkling with an unsettling intensity. Jace, can you explain the process of coral reef formation?
Coral reefs form when coral larvae attach to submerged rocks or other hard surfaces along the edges of islands or continents. They grow over time, creating the massive, colorful underwater structures we see.
Excellent. And can you tell me why coral reefs are so important to marine ecosystems?
They support a vast variety of marine life. They provide shelter, food, and breeding grounds for many species. Plus, they protect coastlines from storms and erosion.
Very well said, Jace. You have a remarkable understanding of the ocean. As the days drifted by, her questions for him became more personal and probing, while the rest of us faded into the background. Jace, have you ever felt a deep connection to the sea, like it's calling to you?
I mean, I like surfing and swimming. It's peaceful out there.
Of course. The ocean has a way of drawing us in. way her eyes glinted when she said that gave me serious goosebumps. After class, she even asked Jace to come to her office. When he finally emerged, I pulled him aside. It was the first time I'd initiated conversation with him outside of class, and I felt like peeing. Hey, what did you guys do in there?
Nothing. We just talked about my class performance over some smoothie. Why?
Oh, nothing. She just seems really sweet.
She is.
I wanted to ask more questions, but I didn't want to come off as a creep. Right. See you around. Since then, I started noticing the littlest things. I realized that Miss Marina kept using words related to the sea. All right, class, it's time to dive into the mysteries of the ocean. My ears perked up. Did she just say dive? Time to hoist the sails and get started, as we'll be fishing for more knowledge. Hoist the sails? Fishing? Don't drift away. Stay awake and drift away? Let's not let this particular slip through the net. Slip through the net? She talked like it was natural and out of experience. Also, I always saw her eating seafood-based snacks like sushi, seaweed, and shrimp chips. And my investigation hit a peak when I realized that she never drank water in class. She always sipped some weird greenish drink from a fancy bottle. Hey, what do you think she's drinking? It looks weird.
Kelp smoothie. She once offered me that in her office.
Did you actually try it?
No way. I prefer my smoothies without seaweed, thanks.
Good choice. Who knows what magical mermaid potion might be in there?
You know, Zoe, if you keep obsessing over mermaids, people might start thinking you're one.
Oh? And what would you think if I were a mermaid?
That would be cool. After all, how many people get to sit next to a cute mermaid in class?
Did he just call me cute? Well, if I were a mermaid, you'd be the first to know.
I'll take note of that.
The way he grinned at me just made me even more determined to save him from the possible danger. One day, my intrusive thoughts finally won. So I approached Miss Marina's desk after class. Miss Marina, can I ask you something? Of course, Zoe. What's on your mind? Do you think mermaids are real? I saw a lot of news and videos suggesting it's real, but some of them are definitely fake news. Well, the ocean is vast and full of mysteries. Who's to say what does or doesn't exist beneath the waves? Has anyone ever told you that you look like a mermaid? Oh, I've heard that a few times. I suppose it's the long hair and my passionate love for the sea. But who knows? Maybe there's a bit of mermaid in all of us who feel drawn to the ocean. I guess so. It's just, you seem so connected to the sea. Almost like you belong there. The sea has always been a part of me, Zoe. Maybe more than you know. As I walked away, her words echoed in my mind. The mystery deepened, and I felt even more determined than ever to uncover the truth. One rainy afternoon, I was searching for some books on mermaids when I stumbled upon an old, dusty book in the library. I read it and learned that to reveal a mermaid's true form, she needs to be pushed back into the water. The opportunity came sooner than I expected the next day when Miss Marina announced that we'd be camping by the lake this weekend. Perfect! When that day came, she showed up wearing a seashell and starfish jewelry, which glistened under the light in an almost magical way. Could she be more obvious? I tried to keep an eye on Jace, but he was always surrounded by these annoying girls in class. But at least they were safer than a potential mermaid. We started our day by warming up around the tracks, and as we rounded the bend, I couldn't help but notice Miss Marina's feet. They were oddly large, almost like a mermaid tail. Before I could overthink again, Jace caught up to me.
You know, watching you jog from behind is like seeing a baby giraffe learning how to walk.
Is that an insult?
Not really.
And then he winked and sprinted ahead, leaving me blushing and distracted for a few hours. Later that day, I was surprised when Miss Marina refused to participate in any activities involving water. I have a severe allergy to chlorine and sea salt. So convenient. Determined to expose her, I devised a plan to get her wet. During lunch, I accidentally tripped and almost spilled my drink on her, but she dodged smoothly, catching the cup midair. Careful, Zoe. After lunch, while we were fishing at the lake, I saw Miss Marina slide up to Jace and whisper something in his ear. She grabbed his hand and was about to pull him somewhere, but my overprotective instincts flared up. I dashed over to them and, faking a trip, tumbled right into Jace. I swear, I must have tripped over a wandering janitor fish.
On land?
Yup. You never know. Some of them might have evolved to walk among us. I turned to Miss Marina with a knowing smile, and I swore her gaze turned icy. She stepped back slightly, putting more distance between herself and the lake. That night, as we gathered around the bonfire, I noticed Jace was missing, and so was Miss Marina. Alarm bells rang in my head. Oh no! I quietly slipped away to search for him, and finally found him sitting near the lake. Jace, you shouldn't be here alone. Miss Marina might be dangerous.
Dangerous? What do you mean?
And that was when I finally told him my theories, but he ended up laughing nonstop.
Oh, if she turns out to be an actual mermaid, then I'll buy you lunch for a month.
Oh, perfect. I'm saving for a cute dress.
You're not only pretty, but you're also funny. Not gonna lie.
What? You think I'm pretty?
Why do you think I sat next to you in our classes?
Huh? He just playfully pinched my chin, which made me scream internally.
Let's get back to the camp before people start reporting us as missing.
He started walking first while I followed behind, still ecstatic that he actually called me pretty. The next day, I separated from the team to explore the lake. I stumbled upon an underwater tunnel entrance hidden among the rocks. My heart raced. This had to lead to Miss Marina's hidden lair. As I leaned closer, I tripped and almost fell into a hole, but strong hands pulled me back.
Oh, careful, clumsy.
Jace, you scared me.
What is this place?
I think it leads to something. We have to check it out. Reluctantly, Jace followed me into the tunnel. Inside, we found fish bones, old memorabilia, and creepy yet fascinating artifacts. I think this lake is connected to the sea. What if this is Miss Marina's secret lair?
You're something else, Zoe. But if this helps you sleep at night, let's find out.
Together, we navigated the eerie tunnel, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The deeper we went, the more convinced I became that we were onto something big. We turned a corner and stumbled upon a dusty old chest. Opening it, we found a stack of old love letters between two people.
Looks like we've stumbled upon someone's private drama.
I started reading aloud. My dearest, the sea calls to me, but my heart remains with you. Forever yours, M. I looked up at Jace. M. Marina, maybe?
Yeah, right. Because she's the only person in the world whose name starts with M.
Seriously, Jace? This is big. We might be uncovering some ancient love story. He chuckled, shaking his head.
All right, Nancy Drew. Let's see what else we've got here.
Before we could explore further, a loud bang echoed through the tunnel. My heart leapt into my throat. What was that?
Probably nothing.
Just then, Miss Marina and our principal appeared, their flashlights nearly blinding us. There you two are. This tunnel is a long-forgotten part of the nearest building's old irrigation system. It's dangerous to be here. So it's not a secret lair of someone or something? No, Zoe. Just old pipes and history. Jace gave me an I told you so look, and I just rolled my eyes. Fine. It was a false alarm. On our way to the campsite, I suddenly slipped and fell into the lake.
Zoe!
Jace dived right in as panic surged through me. But before I knew it, Miss Marina had already pulled me out first with surprising strength and agility. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. So she jumped in the water too? I thought you were allergic to sea salt. Sometimes you have to face your fears, Zoe. As I looked into the water, I noticed something strange. Her reflection appeared distorted, almost like a mermaid's tail instead of legs. Holy cheeseberries! Maybe I was indeed right after all. The weekend at the lake was coming to an end, but my quest for truth was just beginning. That night, while we were sleeping in the tent, I heard a familiar, magical voice humming. It was echoing throughout the woods. I asked my tent mate if she was hearing it, but she didn't. Confused, I opened the tent, and my heart dropped when I noticed something from afar. It was Jace, sleepwalking like a zombie towards the lake. No. I scrambled out of the tent and ran after him. I gently shook him as I finally caught up to him. Jace, wake up! Finally, his eyes fluttered open.
Zoe? What's going on?
Before I could answer, I saw a figure standing by the lake, shrouded in mist. As I inched closer, the fog parted, revealing Miss Marina, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. She looked so out of this world, beautiful, like an enchantress, but my heart was pounding with fear and suspicion. You're a mermaid, aren't you? And you're trying to lure Jace away with you. Miss Marina laughed, a melodic sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Zoe, you're such an interesting girl, aren't you? What made you think of such a ridiculous thing? Just answer my freaking question. There's just something you kids need to know, but I can't tell you right now. Jace and I exchanged confused glances.
Why don't you just say it right now?
I can't. I'll tell you kids first thing in the morning tomorrow at school. The anticipation and curiosity were killing me. When I finally got home, Mom asked me to help her out in the attic. As we were rummaging through old boxes, I discovered an old family tree document that drained the blood from my face. At the very top of the tree, there were pictures of my ancient ancestors resting in the sea, with the lower parts of their bodies hidden beneath the waves. Was I distantly related to mermaids? Mom, what's this?
Oh, that old thing? Just some silly family legend.
Silly family legend? Or is it?
Your great-great-great-great-grandma said that they made that family tree just for fun because they were obsessed with mermaids.
This revelation made me question my own identity and motives for investigating Miss Marina. Could it be that I had some mermaid blood in me? Was that why I was so drawn to her? I had to know the real truth before I got sick from overthinking. I barged into Miss Marina's office first thing in the morning, but to my surprise, Jace was already in there. Zoe, you're just in time. I'm about to tell Jace the truth. Please, tell us what's going on. Who really are you? First of all, Zoe, as much as I want your mermaid theory to be true because mermaids are beautiful creatures, but sorry, I'm not one. Maybe all those things you noticed were just coincidences. Then what's your deal with Jace? Or me? She then dropped a bombshell that left Jace and me reeling. I'm your mother, Jace.
What? That's not possible.
I'm so sorry for leaving you. I've always been watching over you from afar. I never stopped looking for you. While Jace was still in shock, I demanded proof. Where's your evidence? How can we be sure you're not playing some twisted game to hide your real secret? I held my breath as she grabbed some documents from her drawer and showed us pictures of Jace growing up and his dad, along with a DNA test. Jace, remember when I offered you a kelp drink in my office last time? I used your cup for the DNA test. So she was really telling the truth?
I can't believe this. Does Dad even know? And why did you leave us?
It's a long story, filled with mistakes and regrets. I left because I was young and scared. Your father and I, our marriage was arranged, and I didn't know how to be a mother. I made the wrong choice, and I've been trying to make up for it ever since.
So, you just left? You abandoned me and Dad?
I know, it sounds unforgivable. I was overwhelmed and made a terrible decision. But please believe me, I never stopped thinking about you. I watched you grow up from afar, always wishing I could be a part of your life. I felt a wave of shame wash over me. I'm sorry, Miss Marina. I jumped to conclusions and caused all this drama. I understand, Zoe. You were just trying to protect Jace. But please, keep this a secret for now. I need to figure out how to fix this. Jace was still in shock for the rest of the day, and I just tried to be there for him. Hey, you okay?
Just thinking about everything. It's a lot to take in.
I get it. It's not every day you find out your mysterious teacher is your long-lost mom.
Yeah, no kidding. I never really had a mom growing up, you know?
So, it's only been you and your dad?
Well, I had a stepmom, but she eventually left. She wasn't exactly a fairy tale stepmother.
That sounds really tough.
It was. But, I'm used to it. It's just finding about Miss Marina now, it brings up a lot.
You're not alone in this. I mean, I'm your seatmate, so...
I knew I made the right choice by sitting next to you.
He playfully messed with my hair before standing up and nonchalantly walking away, leaving me alone. Oh, when is he finally gonna ask me out? Since then, Miss Marina had been trying so hard to get closer to Jace, but something still felt off. I still couldn't shake off the weird vibe around her. She seemed too perfect, too eager to make up for lost time. One day, I heard that she asked Jace in her office again after our last class, and it had been hours, but they weren't coming out yet. I waited and waited until it was past the school hours. What in the world were they doing there? Moments later, I finally saw her coming out of the room, and she looked sus as she locked the door. What about Jace? I was pretty sure he was still inside. I waited for her to leave before rushing toward the door. I started panicking when I noticed some smoke seeping out from under the door. With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked the door open and immediately saw the problem. There was a gas leak, and it was probably poisonous. Jace was on the floor, coughing and almost passing out. Thinking quickly, I grabbed a nearby stapler and hurled it at the ceiling sprinklers. The water burst forth, clearing the smoke, and I dragged Jace out of the room as fast as I could. Once we were safely outside, I called 911. As the sirens wailed in the distance, I tried to wake Jace up. Jace! What happened? What did she do to you?
Zoe, Miss Marina, she's my stepmom.
I couldn't believe my ears. So Miss Marina tricked us into believing that she was his real mom? She hadn't gotten far yet. She was seen on the school campus trying to escape, but thankfully, the cops saw her and arrested her immediately. The news spread like wildfire. Apparently, Miss Marina had been scamming people for years, and the cops had been looking for her for months. After recovering in the hospital, Jace told me that his dad finally revealed everything to him.
My real mom is gone. It was an arranged marriage between them, so she never loved us. As soon as she gave birth to me, she left me with Dad and married someone else. And that's her, Miss Marina. Her name used to be Laura, and she looked so different back then, like an evil witch. One day, Dad caught her trying to steal all his fortune, so he called the cops on her. He found out she was actually a professional scammer and gold digger. She escaped prison a year ago and had plastic surgery. She came back to get her revenge on Dad by trying to harm me.
Wow, I didn't expect that at all. She's worse than a dangerous mermaid.
Thanks, Zoe. I owe you my life.
Nah, any girl would do that for their cute seatmate, you know?
Oh yeah? How about we go back to the lake this weekend for some real mermaid hunting?
Are you finally asking me out on a date?
Maybe.
Excuse me for a moment. I went out of the room and screamed in Cloud 9. Freaking finally! A few days later, Jace took me to the lake for a date, as promised. As we enjoyed the tranquil moment, a sudden splash broke the silence. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to look, and for a moment, I thought I saw a mermaid's tail before it disappeared into the water. Did you see that?
See what?
A mermaid's tail. I swear I saw it. What if Miss Marina escaped prison again or something? Jace squeezed my hand.
It's just your imagination, Zoe.
I was about to check my phone to see if there was any news, when suddenly, he leaned in and kissed me. And all of my paranoia instantly melted away. That was, nice.
Glad to know. Now, I need you to focus on me and leave those mermaids for another day.
With Jace by my side, I felt ready to face whatever the future held, with mermaids or not. My name's Denise, and yeah, I'm an orphan, but I'm not your typical sad puppy eyes orphan. Nope, I'm more like an agent of chaos. I always loved breaking the rules and pulling off pranks, like that time when I was 6 and I changed the orphanage shampoo for pink hair dye. You guys look like you're about to drop the hottest K-pop album of the year!
Denise, I told you not to do this again.
But you're always saying we should brighten up the place. And sometimes I traumatized the other orphans. They say that if you say her name 3 times in front of a mirror, she appears. Denise, Denise, Denise. You summoned me? Ah! Mommy! You don't have a mommy. You're an orphan. And the people in the orphanage really tried to support in their own way.
Hi, Denise. My name is Martha. I'm the new social worker, and I'm here to help you.
But let's just say it didn't quite work.
That creature is beyond help.
Wait, she's just a little girl.
That's not a little girl. That's the Antichrist.
Aw, I love it. That'll be my new nickname. Over the years, some families did try to adopt me, but usually the first meetings ended up with them running away in terror. What? It's just fake blood. Okay, I'm kidding. It's real blood. So, when I was still a kid, I changed my status in the orphanage system to already adopted. Do not disturb. It was the easiest way to stop all those noisy, we just want to give you a better life families from bothering me. Anyway, I was waiting for my real parents to come claim me. Of course, I'd never met them, but I was sure they weren't like the other adults. In my mind, they were super special and cool. Maybe criminal masterminds pulling off daring heists, or spies living under fake identities, or outlaws on the run, too dangerous for a normal life or to raise a daughter. Just some years later, I got to meet my real parents, and they sure weren't what I was expecting at all. One night when I was 17, I was in the director's office, just replacing his stress meds with laxatives, when suddenly, a door at the back caught my attention. With my expert lockpicking skills, I had the door open in under a minute, and inside, I found the records and files of all the orphans. It wasn't hard to find mine. It was a little larger than the rest. There were reports, complaint forms, and even some newspaper clippings of the times I'd escaped the orphanage for a while to pull off some of my more daring feats. Oh my God! It's like someone made a scrapbook of all my greatest hits. Then, tucked between all the chaos, I saw it. An old page with 2 names under the heading, Parents. My heart stopped. Carmen and Henry Blandon. Sure, their names didn't scream criminal masterminds, but they were there, and there was even an address. That same night, I stuffed my file into my backpack and ran away from the orphanage. After a couple of days of hitchhiking and borrowing some strangers' cars, I finally arrived at my parents' address. It was a suburban house with well-cut grass and a family car. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I was ready to know the truth. I was about to approach the door when it suddenly opened, and I finally saw them. A woman in mom jeans who looked like she hadn't updated her haircut since the 90s, and a man who looked like he got excited about filing taxes. Don't forget our dinner date for Blandentines Day.
Wouldn't miss it for anything. You, me, dumplings, and slow dancing in the kitchen.
You sure you can handle that much romance?
Only if you wear those socks with the little tacos on them.
Ew! I wanted to scream, get a room! And just then, a girl about 13 years old walked out, wearing a high ponytail and a unicorn backpack. That had to be my sister?
Ew, I forgot it's Blandentine's Day.
I'll see you at 7, honey. Hopefully, my breakup with Gary will be quick and painless.
Wait, who's Gary?
The mole on your dad's back. He's having Gary removed before dinner.
I'm leaving now and never asking questions again.
Don't run from your stepmole, Andrea.
I'm blocking this whole thing from memory.
As they all drove off, I was fuming. Not only were they painfully ordinary and extremely lame, they had another daughter, one that they kept. All this time, they were playing happy family while I counted cockroaches on the orphanage walls? And right then and there, I decided I was gonna do everything in my power to destroy their fairy tale life. So I tailed them from a distance, all the way to Andrea's school. The first step of my plan was to infiltrate the family, and this pathetic unicorn princess was my way in. I walked into the school with the confidence of someone who'd been going there since kindergarten. I couldn't join Andrea in her class, so I spent the morning lurking around, waiting to catch her at recess. But when I walked into the cafeteria, I saw I wasn't the only one who had beef with her.
Give me my backpack and leave me alone.
Or what? You're gonna call your unicorn buddies?
This was the perfect opportunity to gain my little sister's trust. Just leave her alone, you moron. They all turned to look at me.
Who are you, and why are you dressed like a homeless person? Don't you have a mirror at home?
Oh, is that the best you have? You look like you practice your insults in the mirror every morning. Mirror, mirror, who's the lamest bully in town? Spoiler alert, it's you. The rest of the kids laughed, and you could see his bravery fizzle out. Why do you even want a unicorn backpack? That's kinda sus.
What? No, it's not for me. It sells well on eBay.
Right, sure. Big market for used unicorn backpacks.
Shut up!
You know what bullies and unicorns have in common? They both look better with a horn on their forehead. At that moment, I snatched an ice cream cone right out of the hands of one of his sidekicks, and splat! I planted it dead center on his forehead. The crowd erupted with laughter. For a second, he just stood frozen, tears mixing with melted ice cream. Then he ran off.
This is not over!
Sure, next time I'll bring sprinkles. As the crowd began to scatter, Andrea walked up to me.
Thank you so much for saving me.
Don't mention it. We good people have to stick together.
You're awesome. I'm Andrea.
I'm Denuni Shijira. Yep, that's the best I could come up with.
Nice to meet you, Denuni Shijira.
That same night, Andrea invited me to her house for dinner. She wanted our parents to meet her savior. Couldn't have planned it better. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about it. I mean, I was about to officially meet my parents. And of course, I couldn't go dressed like this. So I went on my own transformation scene, just like in the movies. Except instead of a fun shopping montage, I just shoplifted some clothes and cosmetics from Macy's and got ready in the mall bathroom. Ugh, I hate it. I look like a Tier B Disney princess whose biggest dreams are to attend the Eras Tour and marry a dentist. I walked to the door, took a deep breath, and rang the doorbell. My parents opened the door with big smiles, and, after abandoning me 17 years ago, welcomed me into their house. It was a nice place, not too big or fancy, but it felt warm, like a home. I didn't expect it to, but it kind of startled me. I had to remind myself why I was there. Ruin their life. Got it. What's that? I was saying you guys have a lovely home. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. You're always welcome here.
And thank you for helping her with that bully. Andrea told us everything about it.
Oh, it was nothing.
It was amazing, Denuni Shijira.
We sat down to dinner, and honestly, it was hard to stomach how sweet they were. Like a family-sized bowl of cringe with extra syrup. They had an entire wall dedicated to Andrea's achievements, like she'd cured a disease or won an Olympic gold medal. My orphanage file is much more impressive. And just before dinner, they made me say grace, out loud, full on, thank you for this food style. So, yeah, thanks, Jesus Christ, for being cool. And, shout out to all your crew for this dinner. Great work, everyone. The food looks swell. Amen. During dinner, I was bombarded with questions. Literally. Are you new in school?
When did you arrive in town?
Where are you from?
What do your parents do?
For how long are you staying?
Where are you living?
Anyone else would have cracked under pressure, but not me. I'd spent years perfecting the art of lying. Yes, today was my first day in school. I arrived yesterday. I'm originally from Oklahoma, but I'm something of a nomad. My parents are circus artists, so they're always touring around the world. Right now, they're in Asia. I'm supposed to stay here for a year. I'm living in a drafty apartment above a dry cleaner downtown, and the bathroom's outside. But hey, at least the hallway raccoon looks disease-free, and it's not a circus cage.
Oh, honey.
They felt so bad for me, they invited me to stay with them, just until my family came back. And Andrea was over the moon about it. Are you sure about this? I don't want to impose. We're not letting a nice, sweet kid like yourself live alone in some awful apartment. Stay here as long as you want, if your parents are okay with it, of course. Honestly, I don't think they care about me or where I live. Oh, don't say that. I'm sure they do.
You're staying with us. End of discussion.
For a moment, I thought, they're so nice. They seem like good people. Then, I remembered they had dumped me in an orphanage. It would be my pleasure. Step 1 of my plan, complete. I was living in their house, eating their food, and most importantly, not sleeping in a stolen car anymore. Just for fun, I logged into the orphanage's official portal one day. The orphanage had technically reported me missing, but I don't think they were in any rush to find me. My police sketch was basically a smiley face with long hair. I bet they threw a party and changed the locks. After a few days, I realized I couldn't just keep lurking around Andrew's school like that. Eventually, someone was going to notice I didn't actually go there. So I faked some transfer papers, printed them at the library, and dropped them off at the front office confidently.
You're not in the system yet, but I'll update it. Probably.
I paid the admission fee using savings from my many orphanage side hustles. Thankfully, it was just a tacky public school, so it wasn't much. And just like that, I was in. And then I started disrupting my family's perfect life. I started small, switching the salt with sugar, hiding the remote, setting all the clocks half an hour off. Then I kicked it up a notch. I accidentally left the back door open and lured the neighbor's goat into Mr. Blandon's study. It ate his entire stack of work documents and chewed up 2 USB sticks. But they always managed to spin it into something positive. This coffee's a little salty, but it's got personality, and I love it. Must be a new trend.
This one's unreadable. But maybe that's the universe telling me to take a break.
You have been working too hard lately. It's a sign.
You're right, honey. Thank you, mysterious, wise goat of destiny.
That goat ate your entire fiscal quarter. We've always said, when one USB doesn't work, another one will. Are they high on essential oils or what? I don't know if it was their sickening optimism or the fact that I just accidentally salted my cereal, but the urge to vomit kicked in hard. I was getting defeated by a family of wholesome weirdos. But then it clicked. Right there, I came up with a plan so diabolical that I gave myself the creeps. If I really wanted to get back at my parents, I had to do it through their greatest weakness. Their sweet, precious Andrea. I could corrupt her, turn their sweet little princess into a fire-breathing, chaos-spreading dragon. So I took my time to study her first. Andrea was everything I wasn't. She was a good student, sweet, polite, and had that weird habit of raising her hand before speaking, even at home. She probably recycled her homework and apologized to chairs when she bumped into them. Of course, being a nerd and a pushover doesn't exactly make you popular in school. Every day, she was bullied, but she tried to hide it from me.
Yes, I accidentally dropped my personal diary in the toilet. Again. Silly me.
Yeah, she even had a personal diary. What a loser. And she was obsessed with me. She kept following me around like I was some kind of superhero. She wanted to spend every second with me.
Look, Danuni, I made a BFF bracelet for you.
Oh, great. Too bad I'm allergic to bracelets. It was nauseating to have her clinging to me like a python, but it also made my plan easy. Almost too easy. Andrea admired me so much, it was like watching a kitten imprint on a raccoon. She ditched the glitter lip gloss and rainbow socks for oversized hoodies, dark eyeliner, and a permanent don't talk to me face. And then I started planting seeds, little thoughts here and there. You know, you don't have to smile all the time. It's okay to say no. Just because your parents love broccoli casserole doesn't mean you have to pretend it doesn't taste like wet socks. At first, she laughed it off, but then she started testing it out.
I actually don't like your perfume. It gives me a headache.
Oh, okay, sweetie. And when no one exploded or burst into tears, she kept going. Luckily, the rebellious teenage hormones were also kicking in right on time. She stopped over-apologizing, raised her voice when she didn't agree with something, and she even rolled her eyes. Words like please, thank you, and love you, mommy and daddy disappeared faster than the spare change they used to leave in the cookie jar. What? It's not stealing if it's in plain sight. And then she saw me skipping classes and never doing my homework, so she followed my example, and her grades tanked. Of course, eventually the Blandons started connecting the dots.
Another D? Andrea, what's going on with you lately?
Can we just not do this? It's so exhausting.
You've been acting out ever since, well, since Danuni showed up.
Oh, so it's her fault now? Right, because you two are perfect.
We didn't say that.
Just drop it. Leave her out of this.
Even though Andrea defended me, it was only a matter of time before they discovered for a fact that I was the rotten seed. So, as Andrea became more like me, I became more like her. Yeah, me, the perfect daughter. Go ahead and laugh. Mr. Blandon, your baseball card collection is seriously impressive. And Mrs. Blandon, that pink sweater, absolutely stunning. Oh, you're just the sweetest. Just saying it like it is, Mrs. B.
We can go to a baseball game sometime, if you want, of course.
There's literally nothing I'd love more. Oh, Danuni, we owe you an apology. What for?
We thought maybe your influence wasn't that great for Andrea. She's changed so much.
Oh, well, you know, it's just tough being a teenager. Exams, hormones, peer pressure, probably a boy named Jaden who plays the ukulele. It's a whole storm. But I don't want to cause you any distress, and maybe it would be better for everyone if I went back to my apartment. No, Danuni, it's not your fault. We were obviously wrong.
You've been nothing but sweet and helpful to us. Please stay.
My plan was working like a charm, but I knew that turning Andrea fully evil wasn't just about ditching glitter and grades. So, when the universe dropped the perfect opportunity into my lap during lunch, I knew it was showtime. A boy walked up to our table, tiny, wearing glasses and struggling to balance his food tray and stack of books. Move his chair.
But he'll fall.
Exactly. Andrea's conscience was clearly battling with her desire to impress me. The nerd took another wobbly step toward our table. Do it now, or he'll make it. And if he makes it, he sits. Andrea reached over and moved the chair, and the boy landed on the ground with a loud thud, food and books flying everywhere. Suddenly, everyone around started laughing, except Andrea. She was looking horrified. But then,
Didn't think you had it in you to bring down a nerd, Andrea. Respect.
and just like that, a tiny, barely there smile cracked through her face. For once, people were not laughing at her, but because of her. She'd tasted chaos, and she liked it. Her villain story arc was complete. The rest was a walk in the park. Her grades kept sinking faster, detention became part of her daily routine, and our parents visited the principal's office so often they were on a first-name basis. Meanwhile, I kept right on being the worst influence ever. You're definitely old enough to get a skull tattoo. Totally. You should kidnap that girl's dog. Sure, it's only natural for you to scratch the principal's car with your key. He's so annoying. It was only a matter of time before Andrea got suspended. I'd never seen the Blandons so angry and disappointed. And so clueless. Andrea, all we want is for you to talk to us.
We want to understand you, to be there for you.
You want to help me? Then leave me alone! I hate you two!
They didn't even have the strength to scream or scold her. They were utterly defeated. And I was so delightfully sweet, they never suspected I was the one behind all this. My parents' fairy tale life was crumbling, and it was time for the final flourish. They don't get you. They never will. Sooner or later, they'll give up and send you away to some boarding school with plaid skirts and discipline drills. A little harsh? Maybe, but it worked.
They've always seen me as this perfect little doll. I've always followed the rules and done the right things, and it never got me anywhere. But you don't care what anyone thinks. You don't beg to be liked. I want to know what that feels like. I want to know what made you like this. Maybe if I lived like you did, I'll finally stop feeling so weak.
You want to be me? Start by making better life choices.
Like what?
Liking and subscribing to MSA, obviously.
Already did.
Good. There's hope for you yet. Okay, I wasn't used to people trying to relate to me. I didn't know why she wanted to understand me so badly. But there was rebellion in her eyes, and I knew she was ready to deliver the final blow. Then, just do what I would do. Blow it up. The next day, Mr. Blandon took Andrea to his office, thinking it would be a chance to bond, which was stupid considering she'd been acting like the spawn of Satan. First, she sent everyone running out of the office by accidentally setting off the fire alarms. Then she found the office smart speaker controls and hijacked them during an all-hands meeting. Baby Shark blared over the system for half an hour before someone figured out how to shut it off. But later that day, Andrea wandered into the break room, and as luck would have it, she overheard the CEO in full meltdown mode on a call, yelling about cutting staff like fat from a steak. Naturally, she recorded the whole thing on her phone, snuck back to her dad's desk when he was in a meeting, and uploaded the video straight to the company's internal Slack channel. Needless to say, Mr. Blandon left work that day with a cardboard box and a security escort. That night, the Blandons sent Andrea to bed without dinner. As they sat in the living room silently, I spied on them from the staircase.
What are we going to do now? That job was all that kept us afloat.
We're gonna be okay.
How?
I don't know. I did it. I ruined the lives of my neglectful parents. But it didn't feel like a sweet victory. I really hate to say it, but I actually felt bad for them. Sure, they deserved it, but Andrea didn't. She was a victim, just like me. She just wanted a friend, and I took advantage of that. And suddenly, I felt horrible. Oh my God, I feel dizzy. I went upstairs to her room to talk to her, maybe even confess, but she wasn't there, or anywhere else in the house. Her things were gone, and her window was open. Andrea ran away.
What?
She's gone. Babe, check upstairs again. Danuni, you take this floor. I'll ask the neighbors. We searched the whole house. Every room, every closet, every dumb hiding spot. Nothing. No one saw her.
Oh, baby, we can't lose her too!
Two? They looked at each other for a moment and took a deep breath. Andrea is not an only child. We had another daughter before her.
This is not the time to talk about that, honey.
Wait, what happened to her? They froze, a heavy silence hanging between us. When we found out we were having her, we were so happy. But we were so young. We were still kids.
Our families didn't take the news well. They didn't want us to keep her. Said we were throwing our lives away.
We refused, so they kicked us out and cut us off. We had nothing. We were living in a broken-down trailer, and we didn't have money for diapers, food, or heating.
One night, she got sick, and we couldn't even afford to take her to a proper doctor. We tried our best, but it wasn't enough. We realized that if we really loved her, we had to let her go.
I listened to their story, barely holding it together, fighting the urge to cry or just explode. We took our girl to an orphanage and left her there. It was only until we got back on our feet. We were always going to go back for her. But you didn't.
Yes, we did. We spent some years getting our lives together, saving money, finding a place to live, and then we went back for her.
Why are you lying?
What? We are not lying.
You never came back for me. That one word hit like a lightning bolt. There was no need for any explanation. They understood everything in a second. Their eyes welled up instantly.
Denise.
Our baby girl! They tried to hug me, but I stopped them. No! Don't think for a moment that this is a heartwarming Instagram moment. You abandoned me and never came back.
But we did, honey, we did.
Stop lying. We are not lying. We went back for you, but the system said you were adopted. And something weird like, do not disturb. Whoopsie whoopsie. Well, that was my bad. But still, they just gave up?
We thought you were adopted and we didn't want to ruin your new life.
Do I look adopted to you? Yeah, I know that didn't make much sense, but I was too emotional. My head was spinning, and I didn't know if I wanted to cry, scream, or just disappear. I just can't do this right now.
Please, just let us explain.
No, stop. You had 17 years to explain. Now it's too late. I need to think. Don't follow me. They tried to stop me, but I was out of there before they could. I was more than ready to go back to the orphanage. Clearly, the family life wasn't for me. But first of all, I needed to find Andrea. I checked the school, her favorite bookstore, the sad little park where we once dared a squirrel to steal someone's fries. Nothing. Come on, Andrea, where would you even go? That's when I remembered her words.
Maybe if I lived like you did, I'll finally stop feeling so weak.
Wait, no way. She wouldn't. She couldn't have found out. But knowing Andrea and knowing how much she idolized me, maybe she could have. I grabbed the neighbor's scooter and headed to the orphanage at full speed. And sure enough, I found Andrea trying to check into the 2-star hotel for abandoned kids. Look, my moral compass is pretty busted, but even I know faking being an orphan is kinda messed up.
Denise, what are you doing here?
So you also know my real name? I thought our parents never told you of my existence.
They didn't.
And then she explained everything.
Mom and Dad never told me anything about you, but when I was around 10, I found an old box in their closet. Inside, there were some baby clothes, a hospital bracelet, and a lot of pictures. I didn't understand at the time who this baby was or why she wasn't around, and I just never dared to ask. But then you showed up.
Wait, you knew who I was right away?
No, not at first. I mean, you did raise some suspicions. Like, you gave me an obviously fake name and were weirdly eager to meet my parents. But I didn't find out the truth until I stumbled on your orphanage file while cleaning up your room.
And why didn't you say something to me?
I was scared you'd leave if I did. I thought our parents would recognize you in an instant, but they didn't. I just went with the flow.
So, you knew about my whole ruin their lives plan?
Yep, I kind of figured that one out too.
Why didn't you try to stop me?
Because you had every right to be angry with them. After reading your file, I understood what my parents had done to you. You had to live all your life in a horrible place like this without knowing who your parents were or why they had abandoned you. Of course you acted out. And they never even told me I had a sister. They weren't even planning to.
So, you didn't go all evil and chaotic because of me?
Well, yes. I mean, at least partly. The truth is, I did want to impress you. You're bold, fearless, cool, the opposite of me. I started copying you at first because I wanted you to like me. But when I read the file, I just got so mad at our parents. They deserve all we did and more after what they did.
They were struggling and desperate.
What, are you going to justify their actions now?
No, not exactly. But I think I get them better now. They were scared, overwhelmed, and they made a horrible decision. And so did I. I hurt someone who didn't deserve it, just because I was mad and scared, and I thought it would make me feel better. I wanted to destroy them, and I used you to do it. You were just this sweet, unicorn-loving nerd, and I turned you into, well, me. That's not sister stuff. That's villain stuff, and I'm really sorry. I ended up here because of their mistake, and now you're here because of my stupid revenge.
I came here because even though I know it's not my fault, I can't help but feel guilty. I had this amazing childhood and you didn't. You were all alone.
But I'm not alone anymore. I have no more plans, no more agenda. I just want to be your big sister, if you let me. Andrea didn't say anything. She just threw her arms around me and we hugged hard. And for the first time ever, I felt like I had a family. I didn't seem to care about the past anymore. We called our parents and they came to pick us up. There was a lot of crying, hugging, apologizing, more crying, and a very awkward group photo taken by a confused orphanage worker. Let's go home.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
I should have at least gotten his name. And he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
It's time to go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alina, the enchanting enigma. Want to see a magic trick? Choose a card. Ready? Hocus pocus. Is this your card? Are you sure? Well, I should keep working on that one. Let's begin. But before I continue, make sure to like and subscribe. I grew up in one of the most beautiful places on earth, Norway. I loved everything about my home. The natural beauty, the epic history, even the grumpy shopkeeper at the corner store. But the best part was the northern lights. Every year, starting around September, shimmery curtains of light appeared in the sky like a giant kaleidoscope. With my family, we went to see them every night, making bonfires, toasting marshmallows, and telling Viking stories. Those are my most cherished memories. I say memories because those times ended abruptly.
Your father and I are getting a divorce. I'm in love with my business partner, Hans, and we're moving to Argentina.
That wasn't even the worst part.
Astrid, you're coming with me. You're too young to be without your mother.
But Mom, I want to stay with Alina.
It's not up for discussion. Pack your things right now.
Growing up, my little sister Astrid idolized me. She was 2 years younger and thought everything I did was amazing. A especially my magic tricks. For my next trick, I'll make a piece of gold appear out of thin air.
Wow.
Okay, technically it was a chocolate candy with gold foil, but Astrid still loved it. She was my biggest fan, even when I didn't believe in myself. So I was devastated about her leaving, but Mom's mind was made up. And just like that, she left me with my dad and my big brother Frederick. Of course I love them, but let's just say they are...
Vikings?
Not the word I have in mind. Immature? They spent all their time playing Vikings like children.
Check out the spoils of our last hunting trip, sis.
Frederick, shut up. You bought that from a grocery store. You're not a real Viking.
Tell that to the village we just razed to the ground. Good one, son.
Still, I always had fun with them. They even went to some Viking battle reenactments. It was better than staying home alone. We still went camping under the northern lights from time to time, but it wasn't the same without Astrid. I wish Astrid was here too.
Me too.
Fast forward 9 years later. I was a senior in high school, and after a lot of training, I finally started getting magic shows. At first, I'd put on shows in backyards for my classmates' birthday parties. For my first trick, I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my... Bunny? Where are you? Oops. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong, but eventually I got really good. And every time I looked out at the audience, a part of me was hoping to see Astrid sitting there clapping and laughing like she did when we were kids. She was still all the way across the world. She grew up to be a full hippie, completely in love with nature. For the first 2 years, we talked every single day, even despite the time difference. Did you watch the last MSA video? Of course, it was amazing. She is my new favorite main character, at least until tomorrow. But then we started talking only once a week, then once a month. Over time, Astrid grew colder and colder until one day she snapped. First, I was pulling this really long handkerchief from my mouth. Suddenly, a kid from the audience grabbed the end. Before we knew it, we were both rolling up in it, turning into a giant handkerchief burrito on stage. And oh God, can you stop talking about that? There are bigger problems in this world. Who cares about stupid magic anyway? Then she hung up. Rude. I tried calling back a million times, but Astrid ghosted me. Well, she was a teenager after all. They all have mood swings, right? But when a few months passed since Astrid had gone radio silent, I started getting worried. I called my mother and Hans, but neither was helpful. She can't come to the phone right now. She's playing football. Isn't it like midnight there? Yeah, so late. Oh, good night.
Oh, that Elena. Right. Your sister's not home. Bye.
But with no other choice, I got a plane ticket to pay them a surprise visit. I only sent Astrid a DM so she knew I was coming, but again, there was no reply. Okay, guys, see you when I get back. Try not to burn the house down.
I can't promise that. I'm still saying don't go. It's okay. Have a safe flight, kiddo.
When I got to the airport, I didn't even have time to step into the security line before I had the shock of a lifetime. Hey, sis. Excuse me? Who are you? Astrid? You look so different. What are you doing here? I was just about to go see you. I know. I read your text when I took back my phone in the middle of my escape. Luckily, they didn't know how to work Instagram, so they hadn't read it. Escape? Who is they? What's going on? I need you to hide me. Nobody can know I'm here. Not even Dad and Frederick. Before I could ask any of the million questions I had, Astrid took us outside and put us in a cab. What's with all the secrecy? Did you rob a bank or something? Of course not, sis. Why would you ever say such a thing? Astrid kept looking nervously at the taxi driver. A few minutes later, he dropped us and Astrid pulled me into an alleyway. Tell me what you know. About why you're here? Nothing. I called you nonstop for months. Tell me what's going on before I call Mom. No, don't call her. Mom changed a lot after we moved. She does whatever Hans says and he's a monster. Like a real one. Months ago, he took my phone and kept me locked in my room. Are you for real? I can't tell you more than this for now. The first thing I did after escaping was get a ticket here. I need you. You're my last hope, sis. Astrid's story was disturbing. I had to help her. She was my baby sister. So we went to the mall to give her a makeover. New clothes, new hair color, different lenses. But I didn't know if her disguise would fool anyone. You really think Dad's not going to recognize his own daughter? I don't think so. He hasn't seen me in person since I was 7. Plus, Dad and Frederick aren't exactly geniuses. No offense. I was a little offended, but she wasn't wrong. As we got home, I almost fainted from the smell. There was trash everywhere, food smeared on the walls.
Alina, you're back! Dad, Alina's back! Thank Thor!
What the heck happened here? I've only been gone a few hours.
I told you we'd be lost without you. Who's your friend?
Dad looked at Astrid in confusion.
You remind me of someone.
Probably some international superstar or model. I get that a lot. Frederick, Dad, this is Ruby. Love your place.
Thanks, Ruby. You're a gem. Good one, Dad.
I rolled my eyes and pulled told Astrid upstairs. Then my phone rang. It's Mom. Please, sis, you can't tell her I'm here. I picked up the phone, and when Mom asked me if I'd heard from Astrid, I denied it. Your sister is in serious trouble. Please, tell me if you hear from her. Before I could say anything, she snatched the phone from my hand. Dear customer, your coverage is currently out of range. Please try again later. I felt weird, but I shrugged it off, and later I talked to my dad about Ruby staying with us for a little while. Dad was so happy I hadn't gone to Argentina that he agreed right away. Thanks, Alina. You're a lifesaver. Hey, I can book some magic show for tomorrow. You know, I'm a really big hit here, so you can come. Actually, I wanted to check out this new environmental facility nearby. Oh, okay. I guess we can do that. When we got there, it was just like a normal, boring factory site. But then Astrid broke a window, opened its latch, and started crawling in. What are you doing? Breaking in? Hush! Either come with me or shut up and stay here quietly. Feeling totally weirded out, I reluctantly followed her as she moved down the corridors. When she reached the office, she started going through the drawers and took several documents. Astrid, this is illegal! Don't worry, I know the owner. Then she grabbed some spray paint from her bag and started painting the walls. She wrote something in really big, sloppy letters. Dentures? It says destroyers. Oh, right. Oh, what? Just then, sirens wailed in the distance. Run! I thought you said you knew the owner. I do. He's my arch nemesis. What? I never said we were friends. We raced out of there as fast as we could and make it home without being caught. Why would you do something like that? Will you tell me what's going on? Can't. And don't be so uptight, sis. It was just a little fun. Thankfully, the next few days were less crazy. Astrid still avoided coming to my magic shows. She was really busy with her plan, but every time I asked about it, she would change the subject or run off who knows where. I decided to find out the truth, so I started going through her things. In her purse, there were some huge piles of cash. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe she subscribed to MSA and won their amazing weekly prize of $10,000, right? What? You haven't subscribed yet? What are you waiting for? Remember that this only works on YouTube, not on other low-end platforms such as TikTok. As soon as Astrid came back, I confronted her. Astrid, where did all this money come from? Oh, that. I saved up a bunch from working at a restaurant in Buenos Aires. Then she started a long and passionate speech about the environment. I was angry and confused, but also a little proud of her. She had so much passion and knowledge. She kept talking until we both fell asleep. In fact, I think she kept talking even in her sleep. The next morning, my dad was scrambling around the house searching for something.
My savings! I kept all my cash in random cereal boxes, but it's all gone now!
I told you to open a bank account. Then it hit me. Oh no, Astrid. I ran upstairs to confront her. You need to give that money back. What are you talking about? You stole Dad's money. What? No, I didn't. You're just mad because I didn't go to your stupid magic show. I'm sorry. I'm just too busy saving the world. She stormed out of the room. She was out of control. First, she'd almost gotten us arrested, and now she was stealing from our dad and even calling my magic stupid after everything I did for her. I'd had enough. Knowing she wasn't telling me the whole truth, I called Mom right away. You did the right thing calling me, sweetie. Astrid needs help before she ends up in prison. I went to school, but when I came back, all of Astrid's bags were gone. Then Frederick appeared dragging a wooden boat into the kitchen.
Check it out, sis. A real Viking boat!
That's a canoe, Frederick.
Frederick, how did you pay for that boat? I found a bunch of money in a box of Cocoa Puffs. So cool!
Oh no. So it wasn't Astrid who'd taken the money. What if she was telling the truth all along? My sister had come home for the first time in years, and I totally betrayed her. I needed to find her. I called her over and over, but again, no response. Then I decided to tell Dad the truth. When he found out that Ruby was Astrid, his face lit up again. A part of him already knew. Still, the rest of the news wasn't that good. Just as we were about to jump into our car to look for Astrid, an all-black car with a chauffeur pulled into our driveway. Out of it came Mom, Hans, and a huge bodyguard.
Where is she? Mom?
We need to find your sister right away.
She stole my money from me, and she vandalized my construction project. I knew you helped her, Alina. If you don't help me find her, you are gonna end up in jail, just like your idiot sister. Don't you dare talk to my child like that!
Dad tackled Hans, but then the huge bodyguard came for us. Frederick let out a Viking war cry and lunged at him. Soon our front yard became the scene of a fierce battle. But don't panic, we have a weapon up our sleeve, my magic. As Dad and Frederick were trying to beat the bodyguard, I decided to catch Hans. So I grabbed my magician coat and hat, and with a wave, cards flew straight at Hans's face like little arrows. Then I threw my rabbit at Hans, who is quite a fierce little biter. Then I pulled out my handkerchief leaf, magically turned it into a rope, and then managed to tie up Hans with it. Just then, help arrived. But it wasn't the regular police. It was some kind of secret service. And they immediately arrested Hans and Mom. Turns out their new factory that Astrid had broken into was located in a zone and used certain chemicals that could lead to an environmental disaster. They had falsified the safety tests and all the permits. When Astrid found out, she tried to go public, and that's why they were keeping her locked in her room. After escaping, she came here to collect more evidence before presenting the story to the authorities, who quickly located the people responsible. Yep, my mom and Hans. However, Astrid was still nowhere to be found. She was gone. About a year later, I had my biggest magic show yet, and I nailed it. Towards the end of it, I dedicated the show to Astrid. My sister is my favorite person in the world, and I miss her. Wherever she is, I hope she knows how proud of her I am, because she grew up to be this amazing, brave person. And after the show, I went to my favorite viewing spot to see the Northern Lights. Since it was the season for them, I kind of felt closer to Astrid in this spot too. Because if you think about it, maybe the lights wouldn't be here if she hadn't fought for the environment. It was like I could hear her there. Alina! Alina! Like she was right there with me. Alina, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Wait, Astrid? I looked around and she was really there. I leapt up and hugged her. Oh my God, you're here! I decided I should check out that magician that everybody keeps talking about. I thought magic was so stupid and not real. I used to think that till I heard that magic kicked Hans's butt. Since then, it's my second favorite thing, right after nature. We both laughed for a second, then we apologized to each other and hugged. Remember, guys, siblings should stick together. That is the first rule of families. I called Dad and Frederick to join us. So after all these years, we were finally seeing the Northern Lights as a family again. And that was the most magical moment ever.
The student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs towards the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the leader's you. Yeah, the story's changing and the leader's you. Welcome to the life at MSU.
My heart jumped all the way to my toes when I finally reached the huge MSU gate. For a hopeless romantic introvert like me, the first day of high school was both super scary and a little exciting. New year, new school, a whole new vibe. Would I make any friends here? Or maybe find love? Wait, what was I thinking? I worked so hard to get a scholarship to be here. I should focus on my studies, not boys. I quickly spotted my fellow freshmen gathered near the gate, all waiting for the tour to start. All right, Candy, this is it. We walked through the school hallway, and I was amazed by the surroundings. Everything was clean and neat, and I could even smell the natural scent of bamboo and flowers. The ambiance was peaceful. Despite the usual school noise, I could still hear the leaves rustling and the soft stream of water from the river. It would help a lot with studying. Suddenly, something caught my attention. Was that a squirrel wearing a freaking hoodie? Where did it even find those tiny clothes? I got distracted for 2 seconds, and when I blinked again, my tour group was gone. Oh my God, where did they go? I was about to break down in the middle of the way when a smooth voice sounded behind me.
Need some help? You look a little lost.
I spun around, and time completely froze when I found myself face to face with the most gorgeous guy I'd ever seen. He looked like he'd stepped out of a dream. Perfect hair, perfect smile, practically glowing like an angel. I swear, I felt like I was floating. Which I actually was, because I was this close to passing out. Before I hit the ground, his arm shot out, grabbing me by the waist, steadying me. And for a second, I felt like my heart stopped beating.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I was with the tour group with the new students, and we were on our way to the auditorium to, some orientation thing, and I lost them because I lost them. Brain, work with me here, please. He gave a small smile, and I swear the sun came out just to make him look even better.
Well, you're not far off. The auditorium's this way. I can walk you there if you'd like.
Oh my god, oh my god, you really don't have to. I don't want to waste your time and...
I insist.
But...
Please.
Okay. He started walking, and I followed him like a lost and completely mesmerized kitten, sneaking glances at him every few steps. Is this really happening? A cute guy is helping me? How did I get this lucky on my first day? Is this fate? Are we gonna date later on? Is he gonna be my first love? My first boyfriend? My future husband?
Here you go.
Huh?
We're here. The auditorium. And I think the freshman orientation is about to start.
Oh, right. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Anytime.
He then reached into his pocket and pulled out something small.
Here. A little good luck for your first day.
A candy? I stared at it like he'd just handed me a diamond. I swear I will never eat this. This candy is sacred now. I'm keeping it forever. Maybe I'll even build a shrine for it. Oh, thank you for this. This looks sweet. I mean, this is a candy, right?
Good luck!
I just stood there, frozen, clutching my new good luck charm. By the time I snapped out of it, he was already gone. Panicking, I took a few steps forward, scanning the crowd. Where did he go? I should have at least gotten his name. Soon enough, the ceremony wrapped up, and I followed my fellow freshmen toward our building, my eyes darting around like I was on a secret mission to spot my crush. When we finally got to our homeroom class, I headed straight to the back. I then glanced at my seatmate, only to find her glaring at me. She's really pretty, but she looks like a meanie. What was her problem? Do I know her? Did I accidentally steal her seat or something? She kept up the death glares all through our next classes without saying a single word, and it was driving my paranoid butt crazy. By lunchtime, I was on edge, so I slipped into the cafeteria, found a quiet corner, and started eating, hoping she'd forget I existed. Just then, someone slammed a tray down right across from me. I looked up to see none other than her.
Mind if I sit here?
She sat down right next to me, staring at me like I was her next meal. Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't like she gave me much of a choice.
Oh, so you do talk. Thought you were mute or something. I'm Trixie, by the way.
You're not mad at me?
What do you mean?
You kept glaring at me all day.
Oh, sorry about that. That's just my resting witch face. But hey, maybe I do want to eat you alive. You look like a cute little candy.
Funny you say that. My name is actually Candy.
Wait, let me guess. Your last name is Crush?
I laughed, and just like that, all the awkwardness melted away. I usually have a hard time making friends because I was always scared to make the first move. But Trixie and I clicked instantly. It felt like I'd won the friends lottery on my first day. I guessed my lucky charm was already working. And as an introvert, one solid friend was all I needed. Soon enough, we were already talking about our crushes and dark secrets.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Trixie, it's only been a week.
So what? The lower campus is filled with hot nerds and athletes. You could collect at least 5 crushes in an hour.
I assume you already have one?
Oh, please. I'm already eyeing one. Just testing the waters to see if he's just a crush of the day material or, crush to marry potential. Like I told you, I easily lose interest if they crush me back. It just gets boring after that. I'll spill the details once I'm sure about him. How about you?
Well, There's this one guy. I continued to tell her about my encounter with Mr. Nice Guy, complete with all the details, and she started screaming.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
Hey, let's take it easy, okay? It's just a harmless little crush, and who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
But telling Trixie about him was a huge mistake. She immediately spilled it to Cass, the ridiculously gorgeous, effortlessly classy girl sitting on her other side in class. Yes, that one that looked like a princess.
Hey, Cass, guess what? Our girl Candy here is crushing on some cute guy on our first day of school, but she hasn't seen him since. Want to help us hunt him down? We need more woman power.
That's adorable. So what's he like? Did you at least get his name?
To my surprise, Cass didn't laugh, roll her eyes, or get up and leave to call her driver or something.
Unfortunately, no. Candy here is a total amateur. Like, she's already planned their wedding, but she forgot step 1, basic introductions. That's why she needs our help.
I'm in.
Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Thankfully, Cass was busy babysitting her little sister over at the grade school campus in between our classes, so she wasn't all up in this drama. Meanwhile, Trixie was out here trying like her life depended on it. Every day, she'd literally drag me around campus, turning every walk into a full-on stakeout. We'd scan buildings, gardens, and parks, peeking around corners like wannabe detectives trying to find a freaking serial killer. Then one day, we finally spotted him. He was tall, standing by the fountain with the same blue hoodie I'd mentioned he'd wore the first day.
Oh, that's him. Go say something.
Before I could even think, she suddenly shoved me towards the guy, catching him completely off guard. My heart was racing as he slowly turned around, only to reveal a face that was the exact opposite of what I remembered.
Whoa, back off, baby girl. You're not my type.
The audacity of you to say that with a face like that, you ugly, delusional lobster cracker.
Trixie, calm down. Maybe he's just going through something. Sorry about that. We just mistook you for someone else.
What a lame excuse just to get my attention.
Trixie was ready to go full berserk. But before she could pounce at him, I yanked her away. After we escaped the crime scene, a depressing thought hit me like a truck. What if he's actually from the upper campus? Just thinking he might be someone super rich makes my heart sink. If that's true, then he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
Trixie was so determined to find him without even knowing his name or what he looked like. One time, she even collected cute guys and made them line up in front of me. Jesus, Trixie, what are you doing?
Is this him?
No.
Okay, move. How about this cutie?
No, please, stop this. I don't think he's here.
Are you sure?
Yes, jeez, you're embarrassing me.
All right, boys, bounce away.
Later that day, during history class, she was still onto it.
I swear, if I have to keep staring at Mr. Olden's prehistoric dentures, I'm gonna pass out.
Shh, behave. Remember, he could see and hear everything.
Whatever. Why don't you sketch your crush for me? At least I would have a clearer picture of who we're looking for.
She was actually serious about ditching class just to hunt Mr. Nice Guy down. And knowing her, at this point, she'd really do it. Eventually, I found myself giving in. But unfortunately, art isn't my thing. I showed her my sketch, and she suddenly snorted in laughter. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over us. We both looked up to see Mr. Olden glaring down with his infamous squinty-eyed stare, one hand gripping his ancient cane. He looked older than time itself, but somehow built like a tank. He leaned forward, close enough that I could count the wrinkles on his forehead.
So, you two think my class is a comedy show, eh? You know, I've been teaching since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, seen your kind come and go, and none of them made it out unscathed after disrupting my class.
I felt like pooping from the nervousness. The whole class had gone dead silent, as he suddenly straightened up with a loud crack of his spine, then effortlessly hoisted the nearest desk into the air with one hand.
Next time, I might just lift you two for a little history lesson on manners.
Sorry, Mr. Olden. Candy here was just showing me ancient drawings for historical purposes.
Oh, very well then.
Thankfully, he eventually calmed down and continued his lesson. Days have passed, and still, I haven't bumped into Mr. Nice Guy again. Maybe he was just some random outsider. Or maybe he was indeed from the upper campus. I started hanging out at the big central library where both campuses mix, hoping for a chance encounter. And just as I pulled out a book from a shelf, my world suddenly stopped when a familiar face suddenly appeared from the other side. It's him, my Mr. Nice Guy. I just stood there, totally frozen, staring at him with my heart pounding like crazy. But as his eyes lifted, I panicked and dropped down, hiding behind a book like it had the power to turn me invisible. After finally calming down, I slowly stood up and peeked around the other side of the shelf, but he was already gone. And it was both relieving and disappointing at the same time. The next morning, as I walked through the school gate, a familiar little flutter filled my chest. I glanced back, and there he was again, just a few steps behind me. Oh my freaking God! My heart practically backflipped out of my chest. I could feel each of his steps getting closer, and soon we ended up side by side. I could barely breathe, trying to act normal, only to end up walking like a limping dog. From the corner of my eye, I could feel just how tall and handsome he was. Every step was pure torture, in the best way possible. I finally managed to breathe normally again when he changed direction and headed into the sophomore building. So, he's a sophomore, huh? Later, I told Trixie all about it, and of course, she was immediately scheming.
Let's go check out the sophomore building. Come on, he could still be around.
We lurked into the lobby, trying to look casual. A few minutes later, Trixie went to the restroom, and I was left yawning next to my all-nighter study session. Coffee was calling my name, and thank heavens, a cute little vending machine was right there waiting for me. Just as I shuffled over, an unexpected thing happened again. There he was, right next to me. Holy goodness, why does he keep popping up out of nowhere? He could at least give a poor innocent girl some warning. With a trembling hand, I reached for the button, but he beat me to it.
You go first.
No, it's fine. You go ahead.
Please, I insist.
My mind was racing. I could ask his name, maybe mention that I still had the candy he'd given me. But my courage totally bailed on me. Come on, Candy, you've got this. I took a deep breath, preparing to say something, anything. But he'd already disappeared down the hall. But what about his coffee? Just in time, Trixie returned, her eyes lighting up.
OMG, guess what? I had the cutest moment with my crush in the hallway.
Is this the same crush you told me about last time? I wish I'd seen it.
I'll point him out to you next time I see him.
Okay. Anyway, while you were off having your rom-com moment, I kinda had a cute encounter with my own crush at the vending machine.
While I was away? How rude. How did I miss that? Did you at least take a picture of him?
No. It's not exactly nice to take photos without permission, you know?
Okay, but what if you, took a selfie and just accidentally got him in the background?
Trixie's idea came in handy later in the cafeteria during lunch, because the moment she got up to grab more food, I saw Mr. Nice Guy pass by again. I quickly lifted my phone, pretending to take a selfie, and managed to catch him in the background. Trixie, look! I finally caught him! Her eyes went wide, excitement all over her face. But then, strangely, her expression shifted.
Oh, good for you.
That was weird. For the next few hours, Trixie seemed distant until finally she excused herself to leave early. I watched her go, wondering what exactly ruined her mood. I spent the rest of the evening obsessing over the picture I took. He's so handsome and cute. I was grinning like an idiot, replaying every fantasy in my head while playing with the candy, and eventually falling asleep with my phone clutched in my hand. His face, the last thing I saw before drifting off to dreamland. The next day, Trixie didn't go to school. She'd mentioned she was sick, but her replies to my messages were short. I kept thinking how weird her replies were, and the realization hit me like a freight train. What if we actually have the same crush? They both were in the sophomore lobby that day. The thought made my stomach twist. Trixie still hadn't come to school for a few more days, and I was really worried now. Cass told me she saw her at MSH Hospital. It turned out she was sick enough to be admitted. I decided to skip our last class to check on her. I hopped on the school bus and told the driver to drop me off at the hospital. After showing my visitation card to the information desk, they gave me Trixie's hospital room number. As I made my way to the door, a nurse came out of the room, and I caught a glimpse of a sight that shattered my world to pieces. Mr. Nice Guy was sitting by her bedside, taking care of her. So, we were indeed sharing the same crush all this time. Hurt and confused, I turned around and ran back to the elevator. Alone inside, I fought the tears from spilling out of my eyes. When the elevator slid open, I hurried out and accidentally bumped into some guy. Sorry, I needed to be anywhere but there. The next day was the weekend, and I spent it sulking, replaying that scene in my head over and over. I ignored Trixie's texts, especially the one asking why I'd left so quickly when I'd come to visit her. I didn't know what to say, or how to explain the pain in my chest that I didn't even fully understand. Monday came, and I went to school early just to clear my head and nurse my broken heart a little bit more before facing Trixie.
Hello, Candy to Earth.
I blinked my eyes and looked up to see her. Trixie. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. How are you feeling?
All better now. I tend to get sick easily. I know it doesn't match with my strong attitude and demoness face. Anyways, Candy, I have something to confess. Please don't be mad, okay?
I already know, Trixie. Your crush, he visited you at the hospital.
Wait, how did you know he visited me?
Look, I get it. If he likes you, I understand. You're prettier and more charming than I'll ever be, so it only makes sense. As I rambled on, her expression shifted. She suddenly grabbed her phone and dialed a number.
Get over here now. I don't care what you're doing.
Not even a few minutes later, the most unexpected person suddenly showed up, looking a bit confused and slightly out of breath.
Hey, why are you crying?
Why does he look so worried about me?
Okay, confession time. This guy's name is Drew, and newsflash, he's my brother.
Huh?
This guy, your crush, Mr. Nice Guy, is my brother, and his name is Drew. Drew, Mr. Nice Guy, your crush, my brother. Is that clear enough for you now?
Wait, what? You never mentioned to me that you have a brother? We've been friends for months.
I've literally told you like 23 times by now, but you were always too busy studying or, obsessing over your crush who just happens to be him too.
I froze, trying to process what she just said.
The reason I didn't say anything earlier was because as your protective and very pretty best friend, I wanted to make sure that he was serious about whoever he was crushing on at school. He mentioned he had a crush, but didn't give me details. Then last weekend, I caught him scrolling through your Instagram. He already knew we were best friends, but was too shy to tell you.
He knew? All this time? Trixie smirked and gave her brother a little shove toward me.
He just got a little too shy, but trust me, I've been pushing him to confess since he's the guy here.
Wait, so who was your crush that visited you?
That's a story for another time. Right now, you better do this right, bro.
With that, she walked off, leaving me alone with Drew. I fiddled with my fingers, sneaking glances at him, waiting for him to make the first move. Please, say something. Soon enough, he finally cleared his throat.
Sorry about my sister. She can be kinda intense sometimes.
Intense? Right. You're right. She's indeed intense. Another stretch of silence fell over us, and I found myself awkwardly staring at the river. After a bit of shuffling, he sat down beside me, but there was a good 2 inches between us, like he was trying not to get too close. I glanced over, catching him looking at me, and he quickly looked away. He took a deep breath, staring down at his hands.
I'm sorry. I don't really know how to do this.
Do what, exactly?
This romance thing.
Me too. This is my first time.
I actually like you. Since the first time I saw you.
You liked me? Like, since the beginning?
Every time I saw you on campus, I didn't know what to say. I tried to act cool, but I just felt like melting because you're just too cute.
Me? Cute? He then inched closer, and eventually our hands brushed. The little spark that shot through me made me dizzy.
Is it okay if I hold your hand?
I nodded, hardly able to breathe as he gently took my hand in his.
You've got soft hands. And cute nails.
Oh, God help me. I felt like an ice cream cone fresh out of the freezer right now. Melting fast and hard. I still have that candy you gave me. I took it from my wallet and showed it to him.
You kept it?
I kinda thought of it as my lucky charm. The way he smiled at me as I said that sent another army of butterflies in my tummy.
Wait, how about...
He was looking at my lips. Is he gonna kiss me? Oh my God. After holding hands, kissing is usually the next step, right? The anticipation is killing me. My heart was racing so fast, I thought it might just stop. I wanted to scream. But instead, when a gentle squeeze on my hand snapped me out of it.
Candy? Are you okay?
Huh?
Here, you can have the other half.
Oh! Thank you! Wow, this is so good. So, you like sweet stuff, huh?
Yeah, I like sweets. I know this cafe in town. I mean, I'd like to get to know more about you. Well, would you like to go on a date with me this weekend?
Of course. First step to romance, first date. We both laughed, and suddenly, everything didn't feel so tense anymore. I felt his fingers intertwining mine. And I felt the sweetness, sweeter than the candy melting in my heart. I couldn't wait for our first date of thousands more to come. Hello, guys. I'm Siobhan, and I'm unlucky. Before I tell you more, please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to a single mother who worked tirelessly to make ends meet, and believe me, they were rarely met. But even though we were always drowning under a pile of bills, my mom was weirdly positive, and she raised me to be the same. But I was just built differently. But Faye scored less than I did, and her parents got her an iPhone. Why am I getting this rusty old model? Because that's what we can afford. And these phones update with a new model every month. What's the point of wasting money on something that won't even last that long? I tried to understand what Mom was saying, but it didn't make any sense to me. I felt I was prettier and smarter than most girls my age. I got good grades and never got into trouble, so why couldn't I have expensive things? It didn't seem fair. As time went on, I realized that to live comfortably, you needed money. Lots of it. And constantly compared my life with kids around me, especially my best friend Faye. What's the big deal? These two look exactly the same. But this fabric is so sticky and weird. This one, however, makes my eyes pop. Just admit it. You can't wear this because it's cheap. Okay, fine. But what's so bad about wanting better things? And it's not like I'm gonna buy this. Not everyone is lucky enough to be born with money. I'll never understand why you're so obsessed with money. You could be the richest person on the planet, but if you're not a good person, no one is going to stick around. You can say that because you are rich. And when I grow older, I will marry someone rich, and then I'll never have to think about money either. Not funny. Anyway, stop making that sad face. I'm buying this for you, but you have to treat me to some of your mom's fruit custard later, okay? I loved Faye. We'd been together since kindergarten, and even though she was richer than I was, she never treated me any differently. She even had an older brother, Freddie, who I always thought had a little crush on me. Every time I would visit Faye, Freddie would start running around me doing silly things.
So, Siobhan, are you into music?
A little.
Awesome!
Freddie ran outside and came back with a small Casio. He started playing, and it was like someone had murdered my eardrums. It was horrible.
So, what do you think?
It was awfully amazing. This is so good. People don't deserve to hear this. I mean, it's so good, it won't be fair to other musical genres, right? You should keep this beautiful talent hidden. You know what I mean?
I guess.
So, yeah, Freddie was a bit slow, but he was sweet, and when he asked me out for prom, I couldn't break his heart. He was Faye's brother, and she'd always been so nice to me. This was the least I could do, but prom was right around the corner, and I had nothing to wear. I asked Mom to get me a new dress, but as always, we were out of money, so she offered to give me her old dress. The sleeves are so old, and the train's full of stains. Can we just buy a new one, please? You already know my answer. But it's prom. Everyone will be dressed in beautiful gowns and dresses. I don't want to stand out like a sore thumb in this ugly gown. The hurt look on my mom's face instantly made me regret my words. But before I could apologize, she got on a phone call and left. I wanted to do something nice for her, so I used up all my money to get her a bouquet and even bought myself a new prom dress. On the night of the prom, I looked like a total vision, and when Freddie came to pick me up, he was blown away. He couldn't stop complimenting me, and we were on the dance floor when he took a gold bracelet out of his pocket.
I saw this, and I was instantly reminded of you.
Freddie, it's beautiful, but I can't accept it.
Why not? I even got it engraved for you. I've always thought you and I have had a connection. In fact, there's something I want.
Did you hear that?
What?
Someone's calling my name. I'll be right back.
But
And I just ran away before Freddie could say another word. I knew he was going to confess his feelings for me, and I had no plans of saying yes. I was catching my breath next to the washroom when this guy from my class, Hank, approached me.
Hey there, pretty face. What are you doing standing alone like this?
Waiting for my date, actually.
You mean the guy you were dancing with? I saw you two, and trust me, there was no spark. You deserve someone who knows how to treat you well. Someone like me. So what do you say we ditch this dumb prom and go somewhere better?
I thought about it. I couldn't go back to Freddie after blowing up his proposal in his face, so I dropped him a text saying I wasn't feeling well and left with Hank. He took me to this mad party at some mansion outside the city, and it really helped me take my mind off things. I thought I'd talk to Faye the next morning, but when I got back home, I saw her sitting on the porch. Faye, I can explain. Explain what? That you ditched my brother for that shady Hank? Freddie and I saw you leave with him, so don't you dare lie to me. Yes, I went with Hank, but Freddie was about to confess his feelings for me, and I panicked. He caught me off guard. Oh, please. You've always known that Freddie likes you. You ditched him because Hank is richer than us, right? That's what you really think? What else am I supposed to think? You've always been immature and materialistic, but at least you had a good heart. But tonight, you just crossed a whole new line. Don't you ever talk to me again. Faye, please. But Faye was already on her way out. Over the next few days, I dropped her a million texts, but she never responded. A week later, during graduation, when I tried talking to her, she totally shut me down. I get that she was upset, but she made me the bad guy for not loving someone the way they love me, and that wasn't fair. So as much as I missed Faye, I decided to take a step back, and over time, we grew apart. She left for college, and I picked up a job as a concierge at the fanciest hotel in town. Working at the hotel, I met all kinds of rich people, and some of them even became my friends. But my favorite was Jenny. Her dad was a rich industrialist, and she studied at Harvard. And whenever she visited home with friends, she asked me to come along too. You won't believe what Dad did to me. I asked him to take me skiing to the Swiss Alps, and he refused because he wants to take his mistress to Bora Bora. The last time I was there, this bee stung me, and I had to be in the hospital for a whole week. They didn't even have caviar there, and I had to eat hospital food. Can you imagine? At least you're going on vacation. My mom's getting married in Paris next week, so now I have to plan my outfits, makeup, hair, everything, and I have no time. So unfair. Ugh, get a grip, you two. There are more important things in life than vacations and dresses. Easy for you to say. Your life is perfect. Your in the best school in the country, and your dad just acquired his 100th company. Yeah, whatever. Just quit crying. You've bored Siobhan to death. At first, it felt nice to be part of Jenny's circle, but the more I hung out with them, the worse I felt about my situation. Like this one time, someone from the group wanted to try food at this expensive place. I didn't have the money to pitch in, so Jenny chipped in on my behalf. Another time, the girls wanted to go to Korea for shopping. I thought it was a joke, so I agreed. But they were serious. I couldn't even afford to pay for tickets. But Jenny made sure I didn't have to worry about that. I felt like a charity case around them. So one day, when Jenny suggested we go shopping, I decided not to go. But why? Is it about money? You know I can always cover up for you. I know, and I'm really thankful for that, but I don't want your friends to think I'm taking advantage of you. Okay, firstly, those girls are not my friends. Yeah, we hang out, but they don't know the first thing about being smart. I'd rather be with someone who values hard work, like you. You really mean it? Of course I do. Now can you come, please? I'll get you something nice. Jenny reminded me of Faye a lot, and as time passed, we only got closer. Then one day, Jenny was working with her dad on some important project. She knew I was good with numbers, so she asked for my help. I was sorting out some paperwork when I saw these documents that didn't make sense mathematically. Who made these papers? My accountant. Why? I think he's trying to scam you. Jenny took the papers from my hand, and when she saw that I was right, she was furious. The accountant was called in, and he confessed to transferring money to Jenny's stepmom's account overseas. He was fired. The stepmom was thrown out of the house. It was a huge mess. I thought Jenny would hold me responsible for breaking up her family, but instead, she offered me a job as her personal manager. I was making triple the amount I was making at the hotel, and I was really happy. But when I told Mom, she didn't look too happy. I think you should go to college, Siobhan. You're a smart girl, and you're wasting your life. I'm doing this for us, Mom. I want to make more money so you and I can finally live the life we deserve. But I'm happy with where we are. I don't want anything more. But I do. I don't want to go to college. I don't have 3 years to waste on education, then wait for a job, and then wait to finally get rich. I want to get rich now. Money isn't everything, Siobhan. When will you realize that? Mom tried her best to persuade me, but my mind was set. And a week later, I started my new job. Working with Jenny was like a dream come true. She was constantly getting invited to global events, and I got to travel the world with her. Soon after, Jenny joined her dad full-time and gave me an office right next to hers. Life was finally getting better until one day I was in my office when this cute millionaire, Carl, knocked on my door asking for Jenny. She wasn't around, so I asked him to wait in my office. We got talking, and he ended up inviting me to this fundraiser. But I had nothing to wear, so I begged Jenny to help me, and she gave me the keys to her closet. I was trying on a dress when my eyes fell on this gorgeous diamond necklace. I tried it on, and I'd never looked so pretty in my entire life. I really wanted to wear it, but I wasn't sure if Jenny would be okay with it. Since she wouldn't be back until the next morning, I figured I could just put it back before she found out. I really wanted to make a good impression on Carl, so I gave in to my temptation and wore the necklace. That evening, I outshone everyone, and even Carl couldn't resist showing me off. I was pretty sure he was going to ask me out on a second date until I heard him talking to his friends.
So, who's the new catch? She looks expensive.
She's just a secretary. I actually want to get to know her boss, Jenny. She's the real catch. I figured if I got close enough to the secretary, she would introduce me to Jenny at some point, and then I'll make my move.
You're such a brat.
Yeah, Carl. What a brat. Carl turned around to look at me in shock. I thought you were a nice guy, Carl, but you're a greedy little pig.
Please spare me the dramatics. It's not like you came with me out of the goodness of your heart. You thought I was rich, so you tagged along. Just like I saw an opportunity, so I did what I had to.
Oh, sweet. So you won't mind if I do what I have to. And I splashed my drink in his face and walked away. What a moron. I was so angry. I kept walking till I realized I no longer recognized the street. I turned around to leave when suddenly 2 men jumped out of nowhere and blocked my way. I panicked and ran, but they were too fast. One of them pushed me, and the other snatched the necklace from my neck and ran away. I screamed and howled, but no one came to my rescue. I thought of going to the police and complaining, but then Jenny would find out that I'd taken the necklace without her permission, and I couldn't go to her place either. I somehow made my way back home, and when I saw Mom, I immediately broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry, Mom. You kept showing me the right way, and I kept ignoring you, and now I've landed all of us in this mess. I'm just glad you're okay, Siobhan, and don't worry about that necklace. I'm sure we can work something out. My mom calmed me down, and the next day we went to the bank and took out a huge loan against our house. Luckily, I managed to replace the necklace and dress without Jenny knowing anything, and then I just put my resignation down. Jenny was a bit shocked, but I told her I'd gotten into a good college and wanted to continue my education. And soon after, Mom and I left town. Years passed, and my life went from bad to worse. I did waitressing in the morning, babysitting in the evening, and even taught at a local school. Even Mom picked up 2 shifts at work, but we still couldn't make enough money to repay the loan. Every night, I would sit in my room and think how I'd wasted the best years of my life running after money. Even if I didn't have much back then, my life was simpler, and I had people who loved me. Then one day, I was working at the cafe when I saw Jenny and all my old friends at one of the tables. Siobhan? Oh my God, is that you? How have you been? I wanted to say something, but all I could do was cry. Jenny sat me down, and I just spat out everything. That's why you quit your job? That necklace was a knockoff, Siobhan. It hardly cost $200. What? Why would you keep a knockoff? You're rich. Aren't rich people supposed to wear only original stuff? Who made that rule? Being rich doesn't mean I'd waste money on flashy things like jewelry. You should have told me the truth. You think I don't know that? God, I feel like such an idiot. I just wanted to look rich for one night, and it cost me my entire life. God, how will I face Mom now? Will it help if I come along? Jenny and I told Mom everything, and while she was angry for a long time, she eventually forgave me. Jenny even gave me back the necklace, and I sold it off to pay the loan. With the rest of the money, Mom and I rented a small apartment in the city, and I started preparing for college again. On my first day, I was running around the place searching for my class when I barged right into this tall boy. He turned around, and I was shocked to see it was Freddie. He smiled at me, and I knew it was time to fix my mistakes.
I stared out the airplane window, gulping back tears as I watched my whole life disappear. And yeah, I'm gonna continue ignoring the woman tapping my shoulder nonstop. She's not a stranger, unfortunately. She is my mom. And I already knew she was just gonna say that I was being dramatic, that I should be grateful for her new job, and that moving from New York to London was some grand opportunity. Little did I know our new house had a secret buried deep within its walls, one that would change everything. But I just left my house, my school, my friends, and the love of my life, John, behind. Okay, maybe love of my life was a bit much, but John was one of the most popular guys in school, and I'd bent over backwards to get his attention. Now, when we were finally together and going to the prom as the it couple, my mom had decided to uproot my life. We were staying in my mom's ancestral house, which was massive and creepy. The walls were lined with ancient paintings, tall ceilings, and a grand staircase that probably led to hell.
This place could use a renovation, but it's not so bad.
It looks like the kind of house where people hear whispers in the middle of the night and wake up possessed. But you know what? I'll just go live in the attic. If I have to suffer in this house, in this city, in this life, then let me suffer properly. Who even cares about me anyway?
Suit yourself, Cinderella. Don't come crying to me when the rats start fighting for bed space.
The attic was dusty and dark, and I felt proud of my dramatic choice. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to a skittering noise, and then something brushed against my arm. I sprang out of bed, landing straight onto a loose floorboard. It snapped under me, and I looked down to see a hidden compartment. Inside were stacks of old diaries, and on the first page was a name, Evelyn. I sat down and started reading, and just like that, everything changed again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, if I must lay eyes on that insufferable buffoon Tristan one more time, I do believe my brain shall simply explode. My apologies. I'm not always in such a mood. There are days when I feel quite good about myself, when my skin glows, when my curls behave, and when my corset isn't trying to squeeze the life out of me. But lately, things haven't been so good. All because of Lord Tristan. My father wants me to marry him because he's rich and apparently lord of some overly important kingdom that will somehow benefit the crown. And while everyone thinks that I'm the luckiest girl in the world, I feel nauseous. Not because I hate Tristan. He's handsome, well-mannered, kind, etc., etc. But for some reason, he gives me the ick. Like sometimes when he's talking, I get this overwhelming urge to throw myself into the nearest lake. And it doesn't help that his best friend, the captain of Tristan's palace guard, Leopold, is a narcissistic pig and always around him. Tristan, can we please move inside? It's approximately the temperature of hell out here.
Oh, Evelyn, you mustn't let a little heat ruin this beautiful morning. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and look at this exquisite spread before us.
You know, I've seen noble women walk around in this weather wrapped in 50 pounds of lace. Perhaps you should try training in full armor at noon. It builds character.
Perhaps you should try swimming with rocks tied to your feet.
Oh, you two always have such wonderful banter. It warms my heart. Oh my God!
What happened?
What a gorgeous red apple! The finest I've ever seen. Oh, Evelyn, I am overjoyed to think that I shall get to enjoy such pleasures for the rest of my life.
Ugh, I wanted to pull my hair out. It wasn't Tristan's fault, honestly. He genuinely liked me, and I wanted to like him too. That's why I arranged a grand ball to properly introduce him to the members of the court. But the more everyone told us how perfect we looked together, the more suffocated I felt. By dinner, I decided to escape and retire to my chambers. I just slipped out of my gown when my maid Rosie entered.
You should not have left the ball like that, Princess. Your father is very angry.
Well, so am I. But what does that matter to him? I am nothing more than a precious jewel to be set in the crown of his perfect alliance.
What did Lord Tristan do now?
That's the problem, Rosie. He doesn't do anything. I once said the moon was made of cheese, and he said, well, if the princess believes it, perhaps there is more to the moon than we know.
That is quite sweet, actually.
No, it's maddening. I want someone who challenges me when I say something ridiculous. I want to feel some kind of emotion, anger, pain, love, happiness, anything. Because right now, all I feel is looming dread. Honestly, I wish there was something that could make me fall in love with Tristan. Maybe if the heavens themselves descended and blessed me with eternal devotion. Or if I could just gulp down a love potion. But since I can't, I just have to accept that this is my destiny, to marry that cringe-worthy man. I think I need to rest. Rosie nodded and left, but the next morning, I saw her standing by my bedside, holding a tiny glass vial. What's that?
A love potion. You said you'd do anything to fall in love with Tristan for the sake of your family, right?
Yes, but I was just being dramatic.
Well, I took you seriously and found a very strange gypsy in a shady part of town who sold me this. One sip, and the first person you lay eyes on will be the love of your life.
Really? This was probably just flavored water or some other cheap trick. I wasn't really sure how I felt about taking it. So I put the vial in my bag and got dressed for the stables. Something about being around the horses always calmed me down. But then I met Tristan there, and I was back to square one. If there was even the slightest chance the love potion could make me feel differently about him, it was worth a try. I went back to my chambers and looked for it in my bag, but I couldn't find it. Rosie and I looked everywhere in my room, and I went back to the stables, but it wasn't there either. I was just leaving when I saw Leopold passed out on a log near the water trough. If you didn't make it your life's mission to annoy me every chance you get, you're not actually that bad looking. Just then, this fly landed on his nose, and I waved my hand to shoo it away, but it wouldn't budge. So I waved a little harder, and accidentally slapped Leopold straight across the face.
Good God! Oh, what are you doing?
I was making sure you weren't dead.
Obviously not. Oh, I just have a splitting headache. And wait, did you do something to your face?
Define something.
I don't know. Did you eat a light bulb or something? You look exceptionally radiant.
What? Is this one of your stupid jokes that I just don't get?
Maybe it's the hair then. Did you polish it? It's shining like the sun or the moon on a clear night. This is unsettling. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Maybe the heat has fried your brain. You need a physician.
No, I'm fine. It's just that you're, fine. I mean, I'm fine. We're fine.
And then he simply got up and left. That was weird. But I had more pressing concerns, since the vial was still missing. I had looked everywhere I could, and by the end of the day, I accepted defeat and prayed to the Lord that no one drank it. I was so frustrated with myself for losing it, though, that the next morning, when Father suggested we take Tristan through the royal treasury, I could barely focus on what he was saying.
This is truly remarkable. The craftsmanship, the history. It's no wonder your kingdom has stood strong for generations. And this must be the celestial crest. I've heard tales of it before, but seeing it in person, it's extraordinary. Tell me, is the legend true? Does it really hold the power to make its bearer invisible in war?
I've heard so.
Magnificent! Imagine having power so absolute, no army could ever stand against you.
You sound remarkably impressed, Tristan. Perhaps you'd like to marry the crest instead.
Oh, Evelyn, your humor truly makes my day. You know the only treasure I truly desire is you.
I wanted to hurl, but instead, I continued walking. Suddenly, I tripped over the hem of my dress and went flying forward, but Leopold caught me just in time.
Oh, watch where you're going, for heaven's sake. You'd get hurt.
I'm fine. Relax. And since when did you start fussing over me?
I'm not fussing, but you're marrying my best friend, and I'd rather he didn't have to take wedding photos with a wife missing teeth. Anyway, I think it's best you two continue. I have duties that need immediate attention.
I didn't see Leopold the whole day, but then in the evening, I was in the wine cellar searching for my father's favorite bottle when he walked in. The moment he saw me, he turned to leave. But the door got stuck.
What is wrong with this door?
Nothing, except it opens from the outside. You shouldn't have closed it when you walked in.
How was I supposed to know that? Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm stuck here!
Good God, Leopold, would you calm down? Rosie knows I'm here, and it's only a matter of time till she comes looking for me.
Well, obviously we don't know how long that would be, and I can't spend another second here with you.
Excuse me, I didn't know my company was that terrible.
I don't mean to be rude, it's just that I can't be around your smell.
That is rude. You're basically saying I have a bad smell?
No. It's like lavender or roses. I'm not sure. I just mean that your scent is just intoxicating.
It is lavender, and it's not toxic.
Intoxicating and toxic are not the same thing. Have you ever tried this thing called reading?
Wow, you really know how to talk to a lady. No wonder you have so many suitors lined up for you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. I feel sick. My heart's racing, my stomach's in knots. You know, I felt the same way whenever I sat next to Princess Amara at banquets. I really hated her. I think that feeling is called loathing.
Sounds more like infatuation. Just then, Rosie opened the door, and Leopold pushed past her and ran off. Leopold's behavior just got stranger over the next couple of days. If I entered the room, he'd make some stupid excuse and run away. If we crossed paths, he'd scrunch his face like I'd rolled in garbage. And if I tried talking to him, his lips would snap shut tighter than a clam. So one evening, when I spotted him in the training grounds, I decided to confront him. We need to talk. Silence. Leopold, I'm talking to you. Nothing. I said I'm talking to you. Look at me.
Oh, Princess. Sorry, didn't see you there.
Stop lying.
I'm not. I'm just minding my own business.
No, you're not. For months, you've been everywhere, hovering like a fly, making sarcastic comments, always finding a way to irritate me. And now suddenly, you can't even look at me? Why?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He started to leave, but I blocked his way.
Could you move aside, please?
Not until you tell me what's wrong.
I can't.
Why not?
Because it's too weird, okay? Every time I look at you, I have these thoughts that make no sense, and God knows I want to talk to you, but I can't without saying something that isn't unimaginably inappropriate. I've never felt this way, and I don't even know why this is happening. I just haven't been feeling well since I drank that thing.
Wait, what thing?
It was this liquid in a small vial that I found in the stables. It had this really strong smell, and I was curious, so I opened it and took a whiff, and then, I don't know, I just drank it.
I froze. Leopold had taken the vial, and not just that, he'd gulped it down like a fool. And since I was the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, he was in love with me? Oh my God! How stupid are you to drink a random liquid without a second thought? You idiot! It was a love potion for me so I could fall in love with Tristan and save my stupid engagement.
Hold on, you don't love Tristan? I'm shocked.
No, you're not. You probably saw this coming from a mile away. Oh, God, this is all my fault. I should have been more careful with that vial. If you hadn't found it, you wouldn't have drunk it. And now, since I'm the first person you saw when you woke up, you think you're in love with me, and Suddenly, Leopold stepped forward and grabbed my face between his hands.
Evelyn, slow down. You need to tell me where you found this potion.
Rosie bought it off some wandering gypsy.
So she might also have an antidote, right?
She could, except we don't know where to find her, because she's wandered off.
So how do we fix this?
Maybe we can wait and see if the effects wear off on their own.
And if they don't, what, I'm just gonna be in love with you forever?
I have no idea. As Leopold and I were still grappling with all this, a dozen royal guards suddenly walked in and seized him. What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, but the king's ordered us to arrest him.
Arrest me? On what grounds?
Leopold kept arguing, and I demanded to know more, but the guards just took him to the king, and I followed them shortly after.
This morning, our celestial crest was taken from our chambers, and we have all reasons to believe that the thief is Lord Tristan.
What? That's absurd. Tristan would never do such a thing.
Yes, Father, there must be some mistake.
We have a wounded guard who claims that Tristan demanded entry to the treasury. When the guard refused, he struck him unconscious and took the crest. We even found this royal crest bearing Tristan's insignia near the vault.
There can be 1,000 pieces of evidence, and I still wouldn't believe that Tristan is a thief. That man is as honest as the gods above, and I will prove it. I will find him, recover the crest, and bring it back at any cost.
And if you fail?
Then you can have my head for it.
No, let's find another deal.
Fine, you have a week.
The court fell silent as Leopold turned around and left. I really had no clue where the crest was. But I knew that Tristan wasn't the one who stole it. Leopold was a fierce warrior, but he was emotional and impulsive. And one wrong step could cost us the crest and Leopold's head. So I decided to go with him.
Absolutely not. I don't have time to babysit you while I track down Tristan.
Then don't. I can handle myself. I'm trained in sword fights, I know how to navigate dangerous situations, and I am also very good at dealing with people. Oh my God, is that a spider? Ew, 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 kill it! And Leopold calmly flicked the spider off.
You were saying?
Ugh, please, let me come with you. If I help bring Tristan and the crest back, maybe my father will finally see me as someone who is more than just his young, naive daughter. And maybe he'll listen when I tell him I don't want this engagement. Tristan and I are not meant for each other, Leopold. It's not fair to both of us to go through with this marriage. So if you won't do it for me, do it for him. Please?
Don't look at me like that. It does something to my heart and I can't think straight.
So that means I'm coming.
Yes. Okay, fine. But if you slow me down, I will leave you behind.
Funny, I was going to say the exact same thing to you. The moment Leopold agreed, I rushed off to pack my things. Before leaving, I instructed Rosie to tell everyone I was unwell from the stress and that no one was allowed in my chambers. Leopold and I got on our horses and left for the woods. By mid-afternoon, we finally stopped by a river stream to catch a break. What?
Nothing. Just, I've never seen anyone look this elegant while drinking water.
That's probably just the love potion speaking.
Why can't you just take a compliment and say thank you?
Well, in my defense, you've never really complimented me before.
That's not true. I complimented you when you wore that green dress to the ball.
You said I reminded you of freshly cut spinach.
And everyone knows spinach is good for health. So it was a compliment.
No, it wasn't. A compliment is when you tell a lady how her hair reminds you of silk, or how her eyes shine like the stars.
And how when she smiles, she makes my world spin. I mean, the world in general, not necessarily mine. You get the point.
I get that you're blushing.
Bandits!
Leopold grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the horses, but it was too late. We were already surrounded. He reached for his sword, but I stopped him. We don't fight them. We're outnumbered.
You think I don't see that?
Just trust me and follow my lead. Oh, saints be good. You fine gentlemen found us just in time.
Fine, gentlemen. We're bandits. Hand over whatever you've got or we'll take it by force.
Aye, we's just two poor, desperate lovers running from a cruel fate. Worked for a slave master, we did. Scrubbing his floors, polishing his boots, breaking our backs for nothing. So we ran, took his horses, a bit of gold and all. I elbowed Leopold. Thankfully, he caught the hint.
'Tis true! I just love me Moonflick so much. She made a thief out of me, you know how it is? A man'll do anything when he's in love, especially when she looks like a princess that fell straight from heaven. I mean, lass. Like a clumsy lass fell from heaven.
But y'all don't look like no slaves to me. Fine outfits, curls in your hair. That's what ladies wear.
I stole the clothes from the missus too. And what, just 'cause I'm poor, you think I don't deserve to look pretty? Ah, cruel world. I'm poor and you mock me. It feels like someone put a dagger through me heart.
Oh, my darling, don't say that. If anything happens to you, I'll throw myself in the river.
Fine, stop crying. Just give us the gold and horses and walk away.
Horses too, but my two tiny feet can't walk no more. I already walked all my life. I carried water so heavy, it made my back all crooked. My cruel master always said, walk, girl, walk. Now you say it too? Will I never be free? Will my feet ever know rest?
For heaven's sake, take the stupid horses too. Just get out of my sight, you pathetic fools.
I hurriedly tossed the coin pouch at his feet, and Leopold and I scrambled onto our horses before the bandits changed their minds. It was getting dark, and we needed a place to camp. So we rode through the woods and found this dingy little cave to spend the night. I was just settling in when Leopold sat down next to me.
That was quite the performance you put on back there. Where did you learn to talk like that?
I spend a lot of time in the palace with not much to do other than watch and listen to the servants. You'd be surprised at the kind of things they say when they think no one's paying attention.
So you spent your time following, eavesdropping on servants? Don't you have friends or ladies in waiting to keep you company?
You'd think so, but it's not that simple. Everyone wants to be around a princess, sure, but not actually to befriend her. They mostly want the attention that comes with royalty or some personal advantage. Believe me, it makes finding genuine friendships rather difficult.
I know how that feels, being surrounded by people, yet having no one you can truly talk to. When my older brother left, I shut myself off from everyone. I figured if I never let anyone in, I'd never be hurt again. But Tristan wouldn't leave me alone, no matter how distant or cold I acted.
Wait, you have a brother?
Had. He's no longer with us.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Leopold.
Yeah, it was tough on the family, but eventually we moved on, and it's all good now.
I am so sorry. I had no idea.
God, are you crying? He's not dead. He's just not with us anymore. Like, he did something terrible and got kicked out of town.
You're a mean little pig, Leopold. And I got up to leave, but Leopold stopped me.
Don't go, please. I'm sorry.
I couldn't help giving in, and we spent the rest of the night talking about life, family, and all the things I never imagined Leopold would open up about. For the first time, I realized there was so much more to Leopold than that hard, sarcastic exterior he wore. I couldn't stop thinking about him all night, so much that the next morning I was still half asleep and dreaming of Leopold's lopsided smile when he woke me up.
Evelyn, wake up.
Ugh, what in the world is so important that you have to sound like a broken trumpet in my ear?
It's Tristan's. I went off to gather fruit and saw this at the riverbank. He had to come through here. Maybe he's still close.
Or maybe he's been eaten by wild animals, and that was the only thing they couldn't chew. There must be thousands of wild animals in here. There's no way Tristan would have survived alone.
Must you always assume the worst? Also, you look oddly adorable with a bedhead. Not that I'm noticing. Can you just trust me on this one, please? Until we find definitive proof of Tristan's fate, let's not bury him just yet.
If you say so. But I got ready, and together we marched into the jungle. But minutes into the ride, I could tell this was a bad idea. This is ridiculous. We should head back and find another way. Let me take a crack at that map of yours.
This is the only way.
How do you know that?
Because I've spent my life fighting battles, crossing enemy territory, and exploring uncharted lands. I know how to read routes better because...
Because you're a man, right? Say it.
Shh.
Don't you shush me. And then I heard it too. A low, guttural growl. Before we could even process what was happening, a bear walked out from behind a bush.
Stay still. If you don't move, it won't see us as a threat.
Is that some genius survival trick? Stay still and die? Because that might just work.
Could you just please keep...
Before he could finish, the bear let out a deafening roar, and my horse panicked and bolted through the jungle. Leopold raced after me, struggling to control his own horse. We made it out of the forest and reached a half-broken rope bridge hanging over a deep gorge.
Get down. We have to cross that on foot.
And abandon our horses? No way.
We don't have a choice.
But that bridge is barely hanging on for dear life.
And so will we if we don't move fast.
As we heard the bears roar behind us again, we jumped off our horses and let them run off for their safety, then ran onto the bridge. But just as I reached the center, my boot got stuck between two planks. I was sure I was going to die right there when Leopold pulled out a knife, sliced my boot open, and yanked me free. Then he picked me up and sprinted. Just as we reached the other side, the bear lurched onto the bridge. Leopold immediately cut the rope. The bridge snapped, and the bear fell into the gorge below. That was exhilarating.
What?
Is this what you call an adrenaline rush? You must feel like this when you're in battle, right? I love this feeling.
Are you serious right now? That bear could have eaten us up. We could have died.
But we didn't. I mean, I might have sprained an ankle and maybe a little bit of a concussion, but apart from that, I feel fantastic.
That's great. You know what I'm thinking? How could anyone be this attractive and stupid at the same time?
Excuse me, but how am I the stupid one? Wasn't it your brilliant idea to venture into this deadly forest? I was the one who told you that it's dangerous.
This was the only way out.
I don't know that, because you didn't let me read the map, you manly man.
Oh my god, I think I'm going mad. I knew getting you with me on this quest would be challenging, but you have surpassed all my expectations. And on top of all this, I'm in love with you because of this stupid potion, and it's exhausting. I'm constantly worried about you, and it's slowing me down.
Oh, so I should just go back, right? Oh, wait, I can't, because you cut off the bridge.
I had to, or that bear would have eaten us.
Leopold and I were in each other's faces by now, and the tension in the air was undeniable. His eyes shifted to my lips, and for a split second, I thought he was going to kiss me. And worse, I didn't know if I would stop him. This was the kind of spark I was looking for with Tristan, only it was with Leopold, and it was terrifying. So I tore myself away and forced my focus back on the journey. The rest of the walk wore me down. Leopold gave me his shoes, but with no horses and a steep climb, I was beginning to give up. But then suddenly, I saw smoke curling into the sky. Leopold saw it too, and we both started walking in that direction. As we got closer, we saw a camp. Men sat around sharpening weapons and laughing. We hid behind the tents and slowly made our way in. We shouldn't be here.
We just need some food, so stay close and don't do anything stupid.
Just then, I accidentally stepped on a dog's tail, and it started barking like a maniac. All heads snapped in our direction, and within seconds, men surrounded us with their swords drawn. We kept telling them we were travelers looking for a shelter, but they didn't believe us. And minutes later, this tall man stepped out of one of the tents.
What's all that noise? Leopold, is that you?
Leopold froze, like he'd seen a ghost.
It is you! And look, you've brought a guest! How lovely!
What are you doing here, Jeffrey? You swore to never step foot in the kingdom or any of its territories.
No, that's no way to meet your brother. Come give me a hug.
Hello, brother?
Yes, this fine knight is my beloved brother. The same brother who once called me a petty thief. I taught you how to walk and talk, and it took you a second to disown me.
You stole from the crown, Jeffrey. It was treason.
So I took a few jewels from the royal treasury. Big deal. It's not like the king would have noticed a few missing rubies. And after our years of service to the royals, we don't deserve a share? But no, my brother just had to report my crime like a loyal little dog. And what did that get you, Leopold? Another generation of our family serving the crown. Disgusting.
I wish we had time for small talk, but we have to go.
We turned to leave, but Jeffrey blocked our way.
Oh, you can leave, brother, but she stays. You're the princess, aren't you? I can tell by the way you curl your hair and that little crest you wear.
I swear, Jeff, if you lay a finger on her, I will rip your head off.
Oh, my brother's in love! How sweet. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I just need her for a little ransom.
Ransom for what?
The celestial crest, of course. The most powerful artifact in the world. I'll sell it to the highest bidder, and I'll be rich enough to buy any land I want. No more wandering around like a nomad.
Hate to disappoint you, but the crest is lost.
Nice try, but I don't believe you.
Jeffrey grabbed my arm, but I bit him hard. Jeffrey lost his grip, and Leopold leapt on him. More men joined the fight, and Leopold fought fiercely, but he was outnumbered. I was beginning to lose hope when I saw Tristan walk in, with an army behind him.
About time, my friend.
Tristan smiled as he pulled out a sword and joined in. With him and his army by our side, it was only a matter of time before Jeffrey realized that he was losing and decided to retreat. But on his way out, he accidentally knocked Leopold over, who fell to the ground and hit his head. Leopold! Tristan and his army rushed after Jeffrey, but it was useless. He had already escaped. With no time to waste, we lifted Leopold onto a horse and left for the kingdom of Illyria, only a few miles away. And on our way, Tristan finally told me everything.
The morning I left, I received word from my secret advisors that a dangerous group was after the crest and were about to attack the kingdom. I didn't know who ordered the attack or why this group wanted the crest. All I knew was that I had to keep you and the kingdom safe. So I took it upon myself to move the crest to the High Temple of Illyria, where it would be safest. After I was sure the crest was safe, I decided to track that group and put an end to their games. I just didn't know I'd find you two or Leopold's brother there.
You should have told Leopold or my father. They could have helped you.
I needed Leopold to be around you in case I failed in my mission. And as for the king, there wasn't much time to explain, and I didn't want to take the risk of anyone finding out that the crest was being moved. So I did what I had to do.
And ended up looking like a traitor. You didn't have to injure that guard, you know.
The guard wouldn't let me leave, and I only struck him hard enough to knock him unconscious. Thank you for coming for me, and for not thinking that I was a traitor.
Of course. I knew you would never betray our trust.
I just hope your father sees it that way too. I sent word to him when I reached Illyria, but explanations only go so far. When we return, I'll tell him everything, and I pray he still lets me marry you.
Tristan's words hit me like a punch to my stomach. I had been so caught up in everything, I'd completely forgotten about the wedding. And even now, I didn't want to think about it. All I could focus on was how badly I wanted Leopold to be okay. When we reached the palace in Illyria, Leopold was taken to the soldiers' barracks for further treatment, while Tristan and I moved into the palace, where my father was already waiting with his guards, and Rosie. I thought he was going to yell at me, but instead, he pulled me into a hug.
Oh, thank God! You gave me quite the scare, Evelyn.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm completely fine. But I wasn't fine. I wanted to run to Leopold and stay by his side until he woke up. But instead, I forced myself to walk back to my chambers while my father and Tristan spoke, and I saw Rosie waiting for me there.
Princess! Thank goodness you're back safe and sound. I know it's late, but I couldn't wait to give you the news.
Rosie told me that while I was gone, she'd found the gypsy who'd sold her that love potion. And fortunately, he had an antidote. Oh, that's great. Where is it?
Right here. I was about to deliver it to Captain Leopold's room.
No, I'll deliver it personally.
Are you sure? You've been through so much.
I'm fine. Leopold's in this situation because of me. If only I'd been honest about my feelings for Tristan from the start, and strong enough to stand up to my father, I never would have needed that love potion. Tristan wouldn't have risked his life for the crest, and Leopold wouldn't have nearly lost his life trying to save me. Delivering the antidote is the least I can do to make things right. And with that, I left for Leopold's chambers. I knocked and entered the room, and found him resting on the bed.
Princess? What are you doing here so late?
I came to check on you, and to give you the antidote. Rosie found it. It's supposed to, counteract whatever strange effects the first potion had on you.
Well, that's certainly good news. Maybe now I can stop feeling like I've got butterflies the size of hawks in my stomach every time I look at you.
Right. That must have been awful. So, you're going to take it? Right now?
I was planning on it, unless you'd rather I wait.
No, I mean, yes. If you want to, it's your choice. I just wanted to see if you were okay first.
I'm fine. Now let's give this another shot.
And he gulped down the antidote in one go. that was fast.
What? Did you expect me to savor every drop? This stuff tastes horrible.
And are you okay? Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I'm fine, just exhausted. Now, please, it's late. I need to sleep, and you should get some rest.
And he just turned his back on me and slept, but I couldn't get any sleep. I just lay on my bed, tormented by the fact that, although I'd wanted Leopold to take the antidote, I hated the thought of him returning to his old, distant self. I was falling for him, and losing this new sight of him would break my heart. For the first time, I realized how Tristan must have felt when I rejected his romantic advances. It wasn't fair. I'd made a colossal mess by dabbling in a love potion I didn't truly understand, hurting them both in different ways. Now I had to make it right, and I wanted to start with confessing my feelings to Leopold. Leopold, I know you don't feel anything for me, and you probably don't want me here, but there's something, and before I could finish, there was a knock on the door, and Leopold sprang from his bed.
That must be a servant. Hurry, hide under the bed.
What? Why?
Because you're in my room and someone could assume there's something going on between us.
That's absurd.
Just do what I'm saying.
I crawled under the bed as Leopold answered the door. It was his friend Garrick from the King's Guard.
Oi, Leopold. How you doing, mate?
Hey, as good as new.
You sure? The royal wedding's less than a week away.
Yeah, so?
So, I just want to make sure you're not weeping like a wet poodle over the princess anymore.
That was just a phase. Let's go for a walk. I could use some air.
A phase? You've been in love with the princess ever since you first laid eyes on her a year ago.
Wait, what?
Shut up, Garrick. Christ, you can really blow things out of proportion.
That's rich coming from you. You threatened the stable boy and his entire family once because he didn't fix her harness properly and she could have fallen. You can't even walk past a lavender without getting emotional because her hair smells like lavender. I swear, mate, you'd marry a handkerchief if it smelled like lavender and had her initials on it.
Just get out, Garrick!
Leopold shoved him out of the room and slammed the door shut. As the room fell silent, I crawled out, my heart pounding. You've been in love with me since you met me?
Of course not. Okay, fine. I had a small crush on you, like, minuscule. No big deal.
Are you sure that's all it is? A small crush?
Are you disappointed? Would it feel good for your ego if I said I'm madly in love with you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just confused because if you were always in love with me, why did you react to the potion the way you did?
I'd kept my feelings under control, locked away. But the potion just cracked everything open. It magnified what was already there. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. The antidote is in my system, so you can forget everything Garrick said.
I can't, because lately I have...
Do not finish that sentence. I beg of you. Tristan is my best friend, you are a princess, and I'm just the lowly guard captain. We both know how this story ends. Now, I'm going back home tomorrow. I need to recover and manage the kingdom in Tristan's absence.
I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out, so I turned around and left. The next morning, as we were preparing to leave, I just felt empty. I couldn't leave without seeing Leopold one last time, so I decided to go find him, but before I could leave, Tristan walked into my room. He asked my maids to leave, and then sat me down.
You don't look too happy about going back to the palace.
No, I'm just tired. The adventure wore me down, I think.
Are you sure it's the adventure? Maybe something else is weighing you down, like being in love with Leopold and not admitting it?
What? Tristan?
Evelyn, I saw the way you reacted when he got injured, and how worried you have been since. Actually, I don't know how I could have been so blind all along. The two of you always had sparks flying. I think I also deserve someone who feels that strongly about me, right?
You do, more than anyone I know. You're a wonderful man, Tristan, and I know the girl you marry will be the luckiest girl in the world, because you'll love her with all your heart.
Well, I hope she loves me just as much. Now wipe those tears and stop him before he leaves.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. You couldn't have picked a better guy, and I'm happy for you.
And what about my father?
Leave that to me.
Tristan smiled at me warmly, and together we told my father the truth. As expected, he was furious. But Tristan reassured him that the alliance between our kingdoms would remain strong, and that he and I would always be friends, bound by something greater than duty, genuine trust, respect, and understanding. It took some time, but eventually my father saw reason. Once the dust had settled, I knew there was one last thing to do. I found Leopold near the stables, preparing to leave. Excuse me, but where do you think you're going? Last I checked, we were traveling together.
Wait, what are you doing here?
Trying to make you understand that you're not getting rid of me in this lifetime, Tristan called off the wedding.
What? Why?
Because he's smarter than you, nobler than you, and unlike you, he actually understands that my heart belongs to someone else.
Please, be more specific.
Oh, come on now. What does a lady have to do to get a kiss around here? Do I need to get another love potion?
Don't even think about it.
Leopold pulled me into a kiss, and everything started to make sense. The arguments, the banter, the way my heart reacted to him. And in that moment, I knew it was always him.
As I closed the diary, I couldn't help feeling warm and fuzzy thinking about Leopold and Evelyn. They risked everything for love, and here I was thinking prom and popularity were the most important things in the world. I wanted the kind of love they had, and maybe London wasn't the end of my story, but the beginning of a happy new adventure. Just then, Mom called for me. I ran downstairs and found her in the kitchen with breakfast ready.
Are you still sulking? Because I made your favorite pancakes and got you this cool new bottle for your first day of school.
What's so cool about it?
It has a built-in harmonica, in case you want to convert your dramatic sighs into actual music.
Thanks, Mom. I like that. Also, I'm sorry I've been sulking so much. I was so stuck on my idea of the perfect life I had that I didn't stop to think that maybe change isn't the worst thing.
Wow. Did an actual teenager just admit she was wrong? Should I write this down?
Don't push it.
I'm sorry too, sweetheart. I should have been easier on you with the move. Maybe you'll find your John here.
I hope so. Although I pray he's better than him. To be honest, that guy always gave me the ick.
The what now?
The ick. And trust me, it's not something I made up just now. Turns out this phrase has been around for quite a while.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away. My love, please, don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul. And most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up. It's rotten tuna, isn't it? I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy. Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out, but just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez, can I ever catch a freaking break? Hey, what's up? My name is Leon, and I'm a famous teen actor with a super gorgeous girlfriend and the most passionate fangirls ever. It might sound like every teenage guy's dream, but to me, it was the worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet. but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging onto me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. It would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it. I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine, but you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noelle. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting me to follow her? Time seemed to slow down when she put on the helmet, turned on the engine, and pumped it up. So pretty and badass. My heart dropped when she blew me a kiss before speeding away. I blinked. Wait! I bolted down the stairs to catch up, but she was already gone, leaving me flustered and intrigued. Who is that girl? Eventually, I found my way to my school building and into my class. As I walked in, all eyes were on me as if I were the president of the Losers Club. Even the girls were giving me a disgusted look, which was totally new to me, and I wasn't complaining. I headed towards an empty seat, but just as I was about to sit down, some dude suddenly kicked the chair away, sending me crashing to the floor. Oh, what the heck, man?
My bad. I was just practicing my signature move for my next blockbuster movie. I'm basically the next action star, you know?
Oh, I didn't expect a fellow actor to be here, but he didn't look familiar at all.
Take it easy on him, Paxton.
I didn't even touch the dude.
And that was when the entire class erupted in laughter. So this is what bullies are like in real life, huh? It's no different from the movies. I stood up, quietly walked to the back of the classroom, and just stood there awkwardly. The door slid open, and the room fell silent as a confident figure walked in. It was that stunning motorcycle girl! So she actually goes to this school too? Paxton and the other guys were practically drooling, which was pretty understandable. She's drop-dead gorgeous without even trying. I was busy gawking at her when she unexpectedly turned to me.
Oh, hello, princess. I didn't expect to see you here. Small world, huh? Why are you standing there?
I don't have a seat.
Come sit on my lap then.
I almost choked on my own tonsils. Before I could process her unexpected offer, Paxton suddenly swooped in and offered me a new chair.
Here's your seat, buddy.
Alrighty then.
Paxton's jealous face turned triumphant, while I was left disappointed. During our class, I kept finding myself staring at my pretty seatmate, secretly. Her side profile looked breathtaking, and the way she effortlessly bit on her pen and spun it around her fingers was so cool. I had worked with tons of beautiful teen actresses my whole life, but it was the first time that a girl got me genuinely intrigued. I wonder what her name was. Later that day in the canteen, I found out that I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was ecstatic. All my life, it had always been my mom, our private chefs, and my assistants who decided what I should eat. And it was such a bummer.
Dude, are you gonna eat the whole canteen or what?
He's gonna eat everything and nothing will be left to us. We're doomed!
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna pay for everything. I handed the lunch lady my credit card, and everyone was looking at me like I just farted.
That's not how it works here, young man. Is this your first time going to an actual school?
Just then, the pretty girl suddenly appeared.
He took a lot of food because it's actually for 2 people, right?
What is she talking about?
Right?
Yes. We're gonna share.
Come on, I'm starving.
Paxton and the others were looking at us with raised eyebrows as she dragged me to an empty table. To my surprise, she sat beside me and started eating with me on the same plate. Seriously? On the same plate? You're kind of freaking me out, to be honest, but in a good kind of way.
So, you're repaying me with an insult after I saved your clueless butt?
Sorry, it's just weird. Why a pretty girl like you would be super nice to a new kid like me on my first day.
Hello? Do you realize that angels like me actually exist? But I'm not doing this for free, though.
Of course, there had to be a catch. There was no way she was actually flirting with an ugly nerd. I later realized what her favor was. She asked me to cover for her as she snuck out in the middle of class. And it was nerve-wracking. Through the window, I saw her riding her motorcycle and leaving. What on earth was she up to? Soon, I learned that her name was Kiara, and it was her habit to sneak out of class in the afternoon. She was also very famous among the boys, especially with Paxton. But she just kept turning it down. One time, Paxton gave her a bouquet of roses and chocolates, but what she did next earned some gasps around.
Ah, perfect. The trash has been starving.
Another time, he showed off his brand new car and offered her a ride home, but she headed straight to her motorcycle and started it right in front of his car. But it just made me even more curious about her, and Paxton even more determined. One day, while he and his gang were talking in the hallway, I heard something that caught me off guard.
One day, she's gonna crawl to me and beg for my attention once my upcoming film becomes successful.
Of course it will, bro. I'm pretty sure you will be more popular than Leon.
Wait, what? Leon? Were they talking about me? The next day, Paxton showed off his pictures from the filming set to Kiara, and it was the movie that Reese and I were currently filming.
This movie's gonna be out soon, and I'm gonna bless your eyes with immaculate visuals and acting.
So your role is a dead person?
Yeah, and it's not easy to hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. This is Leon's upcoming movie, right?
How did you know that? You're stalking me, aren't you?
I'm stalking that actor because I hate him. I hope his movie flops.
Oh, you bet. Sharing the film set with him was traumatizing. He was a total jerk to everyone. He's dating his co-star Reese, and he was so horrible to her.
That's not surprising at all. I heard he's allergic to girls. Maybe he's actually gay.
Hearing Kiara talking bad about me made my sight dim. I don't think it's okay to judge someone you don't know.
Oh, look, we have a fan here.
Kiara just raised an eyebrow at me and walked out. Oh no, was she unfriending me for that? Since then, Paxton kept telling fake news about me on set just to get Kiara's attention, and he was succeeding. One time, he asked for iced coffee and complained that it was cold.
Oh, so he's a moron, I see.
And I also remember when Reese almost threw up during their kissing scene because his breath smelled like rotten tuna.
A disgusting, dumb jerk. What a lethal combination.
Seeing Kiara believing all his lies made me furious, so I started ignoring and avoiding her since then. But one day, she cornered me.
Hey, princess, are you ignoring me on purpose?
Stop calling me princess. I'm a freaking guy.
You're cuter when you're jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Why would I? I just don't like people who talk bad about others without even knowing them.
Is this about Leon? Jeez, you're really a fan, huh? Interesting.
I told you I'm not. Realizing how close her face was to mine, my eyes automatically went down to her lips. I had kissed tons of women on screen before, and expertly on that. But why do I feel like farting at the thought of kissing Kiara? Just then, someone called her and she immediately left, leaving me flustered all over. As I walked out of the room, Paxton suddenly blocked my way.
Kiara will never be yours, so stop dreaming, loser. Or else.
Is that a threat? The jerk just answered me with a smirk and left. The next day, I found a letter in my locker, and it was from Kiara.
Hey, princess. Come to the last room on the 3rd floor before our class. I have a surprise for you. XOXO.
What was she planning this time? Driven by curiosity, I made my way to the room, but the moment I stepped inside, the door abruptly locked. Hey! What's happening? Open the door! In that instant, a hissing sound reached my ears, and when I turned around, I found myself face to face with a menacing snake. My face turned a shade paler than snow, and I let out a shrill scream. Just as it was about to strike, someone swiftly grabbed it by the neck, as if it were nothing, and flung it out of the window. She looked so cool. My heart skipped a beat. But I snapped back to reality when I realized what just happened. Did you plan all of this just to tease me again? Because it's not funny.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Frustrated, I dashed out of the room, only to see Paxton and his friends in the hallway, laughing.
He was screaming like a freaking girl.
Everyone was making fun of me all day, so I decided to skip my remaining classes and head straight home. To make myself feel better after a disastrous day, I decided to treat myself to a nearby restaurant. But as I reached into my pocket to pay the bill, panic washed over me. I left my wallet in my locker. I explained the situation to the manager, but they seemed skeptical of my story. So I ended up washing some stacks of dirty dishes. As a clueless billionaire who had never washed a dish before, the scene turned into a complete disaster. Just as the manager was about to flip over me, a familiar face appeared in the chaos. Kiara, what are you doing here?
I'm about to rescue my princess for the nth time.
As we watched, she revealed that she actually worked part-time in the restaurant. Her sick mom had a massive debt with the owner, and Kiara was working it off. So, this is where you go whenever you sneak out of class.
Yep. Oh, by the way, we need to do something about Paxton. What he did to you earlier is totally not cool.
What do you mean?
I saw him putting that letter in your locker. I got curious, so I followed you after you read it. And thank God I did.
Now that makes more sense. I need to teach that jerk a lesson that he'll never forget.
Let me help you with that.
Kiara and I planned my revenge together, and the opportunity came the very next day. Our drama club teacher chose Paxton as the main character, and I was casted as the waiter. In one scene, Paxton's character caught his girlfriend cheating in a restaurant and was supposed to cry. But he looked more like a constipated frog.
Paxton, is that how an aspiring actor acts? You look so constipated. I need more emotions. Let's do it again. From the top.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you, but this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch?
Oh, for the love of God, you are such a hopeless case. Finally, our teacher had enough and decided to replace Paxton. That was Kiara's signal to start our plan.
Excuse me, sir, but why don't we exchange the roles of the lead and the waiter? Just a suggestion.
Oh, he's ugly, but okay, let's give it a try.
All right, Noelle out, Leon in.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you. and did everything for you. But this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Out of anger, I grabbed the entire table and threw it in Paxton's direction, sending him crashing into the janitor's bucket. I then offered my hand to him with a smirk. Sorry, I just got carried away.
You planned this for revenge, didn't you?
As he tried to get up, Kiara pushed a button on a remote, and everyone gasped as smelly black paint fell over him. But everyone was too amazed by my acting to care about Paxton, who spent the rest of the day smelling like paint.
Hey, best actor. I didn't know you had it in you.
Nah, it's nothing.
Anyway, did you see the look on Paxton's face? That was epic.
I know, right? That scumbag deserves it. Kiara and I became closer over the next few months. We even sneaked out of school together, and I helped her out at the restaurant. Then one day when we were at the mall, she showed me her sketchpad. It was full of awesome motorcycle drawings. She told me about her dreams of becoming a motorcycle designer once she pays off her mom's debts. Looking at her eyes shine as she talked about her dreams made me feel like farting again. Oh! But her mood changed when she saw my face in a clothing store where I was the brand ambassador. To my surprise, she grabbed a pen and doodled on it. The security caught us, so we ended up catching our breaths in the basement.
Why do you hate Leon so much? I swear, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just curious.
Well, I have a friend who used to be a huge fan of his. One time, she tried to visit him on set to give him a gift that she had prepared for months. She begged for hours, but his assistant said that he couldn't spare even a second to meet his fans. I've also heard stories about him snubbing his fans and even getting them into trouble. It's just awful.
Wow, that's terrible. But maybe he also has his reasons. Fans can be overwhelming sometimes. Celebrities are humans too.
Look, let's not talk about him. Just the thought of him ruins my mood.
Okay.
What she said bothered me all night. I felt like I needed to change her mind about Leon. But how? It was the weekend when Kiara invited me to play at the arcade. While we were struggling with a claw machine, she suddenly received an emergency call.
My brother was rushed to the hospital. I need to go.
I insisted on going with her. Thankfully, he just had a minor tummy infection, and he would be fine in a few hours. And seeing Kiara taking care of her little brother melted my heart.
Is that your boyfriend?
No. He's just a friend, and his name is Noel.
Hey, Noel! Don't ever hurt my sister, or else I'm gonna beat your butt!
Loud and clear, sir.
I bought him an ice cream and a burger, and he instantly declared me as his favorite human. That night, while he was sleeping, Kiara asked me to follow her. She led me to the parking lot and went straight to her motorcycle.
Where are you going?
She pushed an extra helmet on my hands and kicked the engine on. I felt my cheeks burn as she looked back at me. The light of headlights glinted over her helmet, and through her eyes is pure beauty.
You're coming with me. I'll show you something special. Hop in.
I snapped out of my daze and quickly put the helmet on. My heart pounded as I mounted the back of her motorcycle and awkwardly placed my hands on her shoulders. I didn't see her rolling her eyes amusingly and deliberately jerked the motorcycle forward, which made me panic and hug her waist. Kiara laughed.
Could you stop teasing me?
I can't help it. You're so cute. Well, hold on tight, princess. Let's go. Yeah.
Then off we go. Kiara drove fast, but it felt like the world stopped moving. The wind touching my face made me feel free, and I never felt free for a very long time. The warmth of Kiara's back seemed to pass right into my heart, and I couldn't deny the fact that I was truly falling in love with this lady knight in her shining helmet. After several minutes, we stopped in front of a lake.
This is my special place. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm here, it feels like paradise.
It truly felt like a peaceful paradise.
Thanks, Kiara. I really mean it.
For what?
For always coming to my rescue and for being a good friend. Thanks to you, I'm just really happy these days. It's my first time living without my mom, and I was worried at first.
What's your mom like?
She used to be really nice, but ever since Dad left us, she transformed into this evil witch who controlled me like a puppet, and it was suffocating.
That sucks. So, you ran away from home?
Kinda.
I'm glad that you did. You deserve to breathe, you know? And I'm always here for you.
I looked away as I noticed her staring at me.
Am I making you nervous?
Yes. No, I mean, a little bit.
Look at me, Noel.
Wow, look at those frogs. They're jumping around. Just then, she reached for my face and turned it to meet hers.
You're driving me crazy. Do you know that?
Do you really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is crazy about you. But why me?
To be honest, I don't know. You're just something else. Something special.
I closed my eyes as she leaned in, and when our lips finally touched, it felt so magical that I felt butterflies, and I had this unbearable urge to fart. I couldn't risk becoming a walking embarrassment in front of her. I had to save my dignity. I need to go.
What? Why?
I'm sorry. I was super ashamed about it, and the fact that I wasn't being truthful about who I really was made me feel bad. A few days later, I finally decided to come clean and confess. As I was looking for Kiara, I saw some guys drooling over a girl in the hallway, and blood drained from my face when I realized who it was. Reese! Holy crap! What was she doing here?
Have you seen my Leon around? I swear my heart tells me he's just here, hiding.
Panicking, I immediately ran to the back of the school and called Mom, and she begged me to come back because Reese had been out of control lately. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. After talking to Mom, I made sure Reese was gone before I came out of hiding. But Kiara saw me.
What were you doing here?
I was just...
Look, if you don't like me, then just be clear with it and reject me instead of making me look like a fool.
How could I reject a goddess like you? Look, there's something that you need to know, and I need to... Just then, my phone rang, and I excused myself to answer it. It was Mom, and she informed me that we needed an emergency meeting about Reese ASAP because she was throwing a tantrum right now, and she might tell the press that I was in hiding.
What is it you were going to tell me?
I'll tell you next time. I need to go. After an emergency meeting, we tried looking for Reese, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day in class, I got the biggest shock of my life when Paxton arrived with her, and there were a lot of reporters with them.
Everyone, eyes on here! Reese and I got a little movie to show you.
He suddenly played a video of me talking to Mom about Reese yesterday, and everyone was so confused. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. I was about to escape when suddenly Paxton grabbed me by my hair.
Let's welcome the best actor in our class. No other than the superstar Leon, who got bored with his life, so he ghosted his girlfriend and decided to deceive us all.
Paxton then snatched my glasses and took off my wig.
Oh, Leon, my Pookie Pie, it is indeed you.
As Reese jumped on me, I met Kiara's eyes across the room, and she looked horrified. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the ladies went wild. Before they could devour me alive, I ran out of the school and hailed a cab to go straight home to Mom. We then found out that Reese had arranged a press conference immediately and started spilling everything. Mom and I decided to do a counterattack. It's true that I had enough of the celebrity life, and that is the reason why I decided to take a break. I wanted to be with people who aren't crazy about me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fans, and I'm always grateful. But we celebrities are human too. We also need some peace and privacy. I truly love acting, and I won't quit. But I don't want to live a fake life anymore. I just wanted to be me. Also, Reese and I aren't dating. It's just for the show. I don't like crazy, obsessive girls. Most importantly, I'm in love with someone else. My lady knight in her shining helmet. I hope she feels the same way. Reese went completely bonkers, so I was forced to file a restraining order against her, and our movie was eventually cancelled. But who cares? I only cared about one person right now, but she suddenly vanished on Earth. I asked the restaurant manager for her address, and when I went there, her brother told me that she didn't want to see me.
I told you not to make her cry, but what did you do? Now go away!
Please, just let me talk to her.
Fine. Consider this as my payment for the ice cream and burger.
He then led me to where she was hiding, Inside the fridge! Are you planning to freeze yourself to death here? Do you hate me that much?
No, I just feel so ashamed of myself.
Ashamed of what?
Because it has always been you, you idiot! I hated Leon because the fangirl that I told you about was actually me.
What? So you were actually my fan turned hater?
Yes. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you the first time I saw you as Noel. Maybe deep inside, I always knew it was you. And then I got to know the real you and fell in love, but I hated myself for not realizing it sooner.
I should be the one to apologize for deceiving you. I swear. I have been planning to tell you.
I know. I watched your statement earlier, and regarding your confession, I feel the same way. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I love you, Kiara.
I love you too, Noel. Leon, my princess, or whoever you are.
She finally leaned in for a kiss, but I remembered something and backed away. Wait! I have something to tell you.
What, that you fart whenever you kiss me?
How did you know that?
Relax. I think you just need to get used to it, and I'm here to help you with that. Come on, I need to know how the best actor kisses in real life.
And with that, I gave her the best kissing scene ever. But when we finally pulled away, I screamed when she suddenly turned into a guy. A familiar guy. Babe, wake up. It's time for your shoot.
Huh? Marcus?
Are you okay?
And then it clicked. Everything was just a dream. I dreamed about a handsome man.
Oh, so you're cheating on me in your dreams.
No, he was the male version of me, and he was actually—
Too late. I'm already mad. And only a kiss could make me feel better.
Okay. Now let me tell you about my dream. It was crazy.
Fine.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. now. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow! This cake looks yummy! Give me a piece!
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now!
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake!
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect! Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he'd told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you.
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the Maiden of Spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby? Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter.
You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, You must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to Earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal. And once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone
are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Beneath the starlit sky, our love's secret line, like leaves we soar so high. Beneath the moonlight, the soft touch your hand in mine gets me every time. Lost in the city lights, our love's electric, right? You make me feel alive. I know July is gone. You make me feel at home in the neon glow. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. Beneath an endless night, the world spins around. You're there, ease my mind. Like stars that never die, you and I will shine during the darkest times. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. Maybe this is the season of love.
The crowd erupted as I struck the final chord, and I looked up as the fireworks lit up the sky. They danced across the night, vibrant and full of promise. Yet they also carried with them the shadows of a nightmare I couldn't escape. As we finished our song, Zane, the main vocalist, immediately approached me backstage.
You are absolutely on fire tonight, Raven! Why don't you join us? For real. The band needs you, you know. And so do I.
Tempting. But if I do, my grandma will kill me. I'm only filling in because your guitarist got sick. Zane was a popular senior at school, and he'd been flirting with me for the past few months, but I just wasn't in the mood to date anyone yet.
I'll keep asking then. Maybe I'll survive your grandma's wrath.
I laughed, but the thought of Grandma's face if she found out I was in a rock band? Yikes. Grandma was a billionaire socialite who adopted me and raised me alone after I got separated from my parents when I was just a kid due to an accident. She was overprotective, but always busy. She gave me everything I needed, but I still felt empty whenever I thought about my parents, and how fireworks were my last memory of them. Whenever I saw kids my age with their families, I couldn't help but feel jealous. Being Grandma's heir came with great responsibility, so I had to study hard to manage her empire one day. My routine usually involved going to the school library after classes, but everything changed when the resident librarian decided to take her vacation. Miss Mavi was just her temporary replacement, yet she made my dull life 1,000 times more interesting for the past few weeks. Instead of studying, I always ended up observing her. She wore a beanie indoors 24/7, and I was dying of curiosity about what she was hiding under there. Snakes, a bird's nest, a really bad haircut, or, plot twist, what if she was actually bald? Aside from being a little clumsy, she was also silent most of the time, almost like a shadow. Anytime I asked for help finding a book, she'd guide me to it without saying a single word. One day, I dropped my books, and a bunch of my origami animals spilled out. I was about to bend down when someone suddenly started picking them up for me. It was her, and she was holding the dove one.
You did this?
Yeah? Oh, so she can actually speak.
Where do you learn these?
I learned it from YouTube. I find it fun, and they actually make good bookmarks, you know? Why? She just gave me a soft look that sent my curiosity through the roof, then walked away before I could say more. What was that all about? Later that night, I had to swing by school because I forgot some notes. It was late, the gates were locked, and the place looked deserted, except for a mysterious motorcycle parked outside. Before long, a familiar figure emerged and hopped onto the bike. That unmistakable beanie gave her away instantly. There was no doubt who it was. But this time, she was rocking a sleek black leather jacket. Whoa, a mysterious librarian by day, a badass biker by night? Interesting. I decided to follow her at a distance, and we ended up in a vacant lot where a group of thugs was bullying a guy. I parked my car nearby and hid behind a tree. Suddenly, Miss Mavi whipped off her beanie, finally exposing her hair, and my jaw nearly hit the ground at the blazing sight. I rubbed my eyes to confirm what I was seeing, but her hair indeed looked like a dancing flame.
What's up, bros? Having fun terrorizing a helpless bystander, or are we just compensating for something?
Who are you supposed to be, sweetheart? The fire department?
Well, I'm just here to warm things up.
Just then, her hair erupted into full blazing flames, crackling like wildfire as she fired up her bike. The engine roared, and in a flash, she took off, moving so fast it was like a fiery show. She zoomed around the gang in a blur of heat and light. Before they could even react, she circled them with lightning-fast moves, trapping them like prey in a ring of fire. What kind of sorcery is this? Am I dreaming? The thugs charged at her, but she flipped off the bike, flames dancing around her hair. One wave of her hand, and they scrambled back and fled like scared rabbits. I ran back to my car as she reassured the victim, and soon I just found myself tailing her through the city. For the next few hours, I watched her in action, saving people and solving crimes like an actual superhero. I barely slept that night, replaying the flaming hair in my mind. First thing the next morning, I went straight to the library to get the truth out of her. I saw you last night. The motorcycle, the fire in your hair, those powers. You saved those people.
Sounds like you had quite a dream. You sure you didn't doze off while studying?
I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. She just shrugged and continued doing her business quietly. Ugh, she was driving me crazy. That night, I staked out again, and sure enough, There she was, riding that flaming motorcycle, hair blazing, acting like a neighborhood guardian again. I finally cornered her in the far aisle of the library the next day. Stop it. Quit pretending you're normal. I know you're some kind of superhero. Who are you? She put the book she was holding aside and then looked at me with a seriousness I'd never seen before.
You're such a stubborn little girl, aren't you?
She was about to press her fingers against my forehead, but stopped and sighed.
All right, if you want answers, meet me at the abandoned pier on Saturday at sunset.
Oh, I'll be there for sure. The weekend rolled around, and when I arrived at our meeting place, she was already waiting for me while leaning against her motorcycle, her fiery hair shimmering in the sunset.
Hey there, how are you feeling?
I'm good. Obviously too excited for whatever bedtime stories you've got.
Lucky for you, I'm actually quite fond of telling stories. For starters, my real name's Mavwika, and I'm not exactly from around here.
Wait, are we talking outer space? You're an alien?
I'm a pyro-archon, and the world I'm from is Tevat, specifically Natlan. And I'm here to fulfill my duty as a leader and protect my people, wherever they are.
I was probably just stuck in a long, vivid dream, because there was no way this could be real. But honestly, I didn't care. I was loving every second of this. So, what are you doing posing as a librarian at our school?
Hey, the best place to stay on the down low is behind a desk full of books. Nobody suspects the quiet and clumsy librarian, right? Easier to keep an eye on things, sniff out danger, and mask the fireworks up here.
I was surprised at how talkative she actually was. So, your hair, it's on fire but not burning anything. How does that work?
Don't worry, these are friendly flames. They won't burn you or incinerate anything. Although I think my enemies will find that it's a bad idea to play with fire. Anyway, weather like this is perfect for enjoying the outdoors. Let's go for a spin. Here, hop on.
I hesitated at first, but deep inside, I had always yearned for some adventures. So I did, and we tore through the city at speeds that made my stomach flip. You're overspeeding!
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Before I knew it, the cops were tailing us. Sirens blared, but Mavwika expertly weaved through traffic, leaving them behind.
See you later, officers.
With a flick of her wrist, the bike darted through narrow alleyways, dodging traffic and even slipping past a semi-truck like it was nothing. Then, the wheels started glowing fiery orange. Before I knew it, we shot off the ground, soaring above the city. My jaw dropped as rooftops shrank beneath us. Holy mother of smokes! Are we flying?
Gliding. But flying sounds better, doesn't it?
We landed with a burst of sparks, but Mavwika wasn't stopping. She steered toward the mountains without hesitation. Wait! There's no road!
Oh, girl, who needs roads anyway? Rev the engines!
With a fiery leap, we launched off a rocky incline and soared through the sky like a blazing comet, hopping from one mountain peak to the next. You're insane!
Told you it'd be fun.
Terrifying! But yeah, maybe a little fun. The next few days were a blur of adventures. By day, Mavwika and I bonded in the library over books and her endless stories about her homeland and her late sister, Hine, who also loved creating origami, just like I did. By night and over the weekends, she'd drag me along as she did her superhero duties.
Light of the blazing sun! Wrath from the skies! Pyroclastic surge!
One day, I took her to the mall for a change, and she looked fascinated.
What kind of magical refrigeration chamber is this? We don't have this in Natlan.
This is called a mall, and the extra cold you're feeling is because of the air conditioning.
Interesting. I can't believe people wander around here for hours, like they're on a quest, but with no real treasure.
The treasure is buy one, get one free, actually. I couldn't help but laugh along at her reactions. After cooling off, we headed back out to patrol the city. But later that night, our fun took a serious turn when we encountered a building engulfed in flames. Fire trucks were there, but the fire was raging out of control.
My mom and dad, they're still in there. Please save them.
The sight of the little girl desperately crying made something twist inside me. I remembered being little, lost, terrified. Please, you have to save them. She's just a kid. She can't lose her family.
I promise, she won't lose them.
Mavuika walked straight into the burning building and redirected the flames with what she called her pyro elemental power, creating fiery pathways to rescue those stuck inside. She even blasted through debris with her flame attacks, and everyone just couldn't believe what they were seeing. Within minutes, she emerged from the smoke, carrying the girls' coughing parents. The firefighters rushed to help, and I wanted to cry with relief. The little girl threw her arms around them, and they hugged tight. Before the police and media could finally corner the fiery superhero in town, Mavuika whisked me away and brought me to an abandoned park.
What happened back there must have stirred something inside you. It's okay, you can tell me. I'm here to listen.
I was 3. I don't remember much. Just being on a yacht with my parents. They were celebrating something. There were beautiful fireworks, and I was so happy. But then the waves got rough. The boat rocked. My mom screamed, and my dad held me tight. Then we went under. Everything went dark. I woke up on a shore. My grandma found me and took me in, raising me like her own. She tried everything to find them, hired search teams, investigators, but nothing. No trace of them. Everyone told me they were gone, but I don't believe it. I can't. I feel it in my heart. They're still out there somewhere.
That feeling, it's powerful. Hold on to it, but don't let it hold you back either. Your story isn't over yet. Maybe the light is leading you somewhere you're meant to go.
Just then, a burst of fireworks from the horizon distracted us. It was coming from the nearby harbor.
In my world, it's nearly lantern rite. People from Liu celebrate with lights, fireworks, music. It honors wishes and memories of everyone in Tiavat.
That sounds awesome. I wish I could experience that right now.
You can. We can bring a bit of that celebration here.
How? To answer my question, she led me to the harbor and told me to close my eyes.
Don't open them until I say so.
Okay. Just then, everything just sounded so loud and busy. Now open your eyes. I turned to see some strangers who looked like video game characters, just like her. You made all of this happen? Everything just seemed possible with Mavuika. Soon enough, people from the city, curious about our impromptu festival, drifted in to join us. The next moment, the electrifying sound of rock music filled the air.
Let your flame burn brighter. Can't you see it's now or never? This is our moment, now is our time. So follow me to the finish line.
There was she extended her hand toward me, her fiery hair glowing like an invitation I couldn't resist. Before I knew it, I was on stage, shredding my electric guitar like a true rock star, completely swept up in the moment. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Grandma in the crowd. My heart stopped for a second. I was sure I was in trouble, but when she smiled with pride, my chest swelled with joy.
This is our moment, now is our time, so follow me to the finish line.
When the performance ended, Mavuika led me to the water, where countless floating lanterns shimmered like stars on the surface, and handed me one.
Make a wish. Lantern Rite is about sending hope into the sky. Believe, and maybe it'll come true.
I wish to finally see my parents. I let go of the lantern, watching it drift up with 100 others. Out of nowhere, I saw 2 silhouettes in the distance. My breath caught as they stepped closer, and my heart raced. Mom? Dad? I ran to them, tears streaming down my face, and they pulled me into their arms. For the first time in forever, I felt whole. I've missed you two so much. I love you. Mavwika walked over quietly. Behind her, a glowing portal shimmered like a magical doorway. What's happening? You're leaving?
Natlan needs me. It's time for me to go back. My people need me to light their way forward.
I felt a lump in my throat. Thank you for everything. You made my wish come true.
It's been an honor and truly my pleasure.
I will miss you, you know. She then took my phone and, with a quick tap, installed a game called Genshin Impact.
Rev the engines!
Play this whenever you miss me. My spirit is there. My flame, my hope. And maybe someday you'll come to Tevat yourself and will stay in my place, the beautiful Natlan.
Her words made me teary-eyed all over again, so I hugged her tight.
Remember, the sunset always comes after the darkest hour. Keep the flame alive. Never lose hope.
Wait, just a little souvenir from me. You know, you might need another bookmark.
Oh, trust me, I will. Thank you, Raven. I'll see you again next time.
As she finally disappeared into the portal, fireworks sparked across the sky, and for the first time, those sparks felt like home, like my lost puzzle piece finally sliding into place. Embark on an epic adventure in Genshin Impact with the latest update. Unlock new characters like the Pyro Archon, Mavwika, Mystical Sitlali, and the skilled Lan Yan. Plus, if you log in during the Lantern Rite Festival, you can get 20 free pulls, a free 4-star character, and essential upgrade materials. Download now using the code in the description to power up your adventures. You won't want to miss this epic update. Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those, except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands. And while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3 like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna
just—
be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep. I'm cutting trackers and signals, so don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds in under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on. My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party, or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying, not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles. And they did not look friendly at all. Uh-oh.
Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed. I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant. and it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist, and of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her, and she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose, like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet, like nature therapy, and I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing, and did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time. Just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to crash your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to—
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even— There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard, just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish-purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back. "Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help." But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld. Hello? When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern. More like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim. So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my God. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking, and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again, and this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name. Will I ever see that Graveyard Hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my God! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the Graveyard Hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray, filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double door suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped me fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Oh, wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you going to do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But, you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it, but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive beam bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, the creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us. But this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious beam bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me, or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region, hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. He was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues. So we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists. So we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
Craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build a jet in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one. I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so Did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. If you want real answers, follow me. She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine, and sweet, and creamy. It's probably laced with something drippy, like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close. Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. And where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you. Some to protect you and use you at the same time. Some to own you. Some to experiment on you. And others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now. They're coming, and they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, The whole cafe started to shake, and that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly risible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery. This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go! Hurry up! We're running out of time!
Miracles do freaking happen, folks! I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom. At last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my God. Honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah. And I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics. Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tevat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yalan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into that. I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way. Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it. I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are. Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you, or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering. I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked. That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No. I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused, and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder. Until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the emperor passed away, and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture, but his shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Li surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Li. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Li to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this highness. Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Li walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Li banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Li confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But as Li said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Li and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high ranks she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Feng Shen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Li and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Li agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Li and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Hi, my name is Lola and I'm from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents and I had adventures all the time. We played hide and seek, we fought monsters in our backyard, and I even saved Mom from a mean old pirate who tried to steal the last piece of pie. My life was fantastic, but when I turned 3, Mom gave birth to an evil witch named Genevieve. From the moment Jen was born, she used her beady blue eyes to cast a spell on my parents and turn them into her evil minions. Genevieve, we love you more than anything in the world. Here you go, honey.
Hey, I was playing with that.
Jen started walking at 9 months old. At 2, she could write her own name, and at 3, she could do the alphabet without making any mistakes. When Jen was 7, she won her first national spelling bee. She got a huge cash prize, and the reporter came over to interview her for the cover story of a magazine.
I'd like to thank my parents. I couldn't have done this without them.
We're so lucky to have a genius daughter. She's our pride and joy. My parents kept gushing about Jen for hours as I sat in a corner. When the reporter finally said it was time for pictures, I joined my family for a photo. But Jen insisted that I stay out of it. My parents tried reasoning with her, but she was beyond reason.
It's my moment, and she'll ruin my image with her stupidity vibe. Like my brain sees pictures with this special lens, and I'll be able to feel her dumbness every time I look at the pictures. I can't explain how my brain works. Just make her go.
So Mom gave me some money for ice cream and told me to wait outside while the photo shoot happened. A couple of months later, I came home from school and found Jen sitting on my bed, and all my stuff was gone.
Mom and Dad said I could switch. This room's bigger and has more space for my trophies.
But this is my room. Mom, Dad, make Jen give me my room back. Lola, stop being ridiculous. You don't need a room this size. You don't have any trophies. Jeannie, do you need anything? Should I put up some more shelves? A new bookcase? I was so mad I threw myself on the ground and started screaming.
This sucks. I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back. I'll show you. I'll get a new family that will appreciate me.
I stormed out of the house. I got to the driveway and realized I had nowhere to go. So I decided to hide out in my treehouse. But then something crazy happened. My stomach started rumbling, and I searched through my pockets to find a candy bar. Then out of nowhere, this girl appeared and snatched it out of my hand. Hey, that's mine.
This is my treehouse. Get out. I don't see your name on it. It's written right there.
Oh. Then the strange girl wrote the word Madison on the wall.
I guess we're roommates now. We'll just have to share.
Then she tossed me half the candy bar. Madison and I spent the rest of the day together, and she was pretty wild. She told me about all the adventures she'd had in the neighborhood.
I found a skeleton in the neighbor's backyard.
No way!
The old lady across the street is an alien. I saw a spaceship in her garage.
Madison made up fun games for us to play. We had a spitball fight and threw water balloons at the neighbors as they walked by. Then my mean old parents told me to come inside for dinner. They didn't even miss me or remember that I'd been upset. After that, when I wasn't at school or watching Janet's spelling bees, I'd run out to the treehouse and spend time with Madison. One time, we were pretending to have a sword fight in the backyard.
It's over for you, Madison. Give up now. You'll never take me alive.
Suddenly, Jen appeared out of nowhere.
Lola, who are you talking to?
Madison, duh.
Who's that?
I turned around to introduce Madison, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air.
She was just here.
Must have scared her off with your mean vibes. I thought Jen would say something, but she just gave me a weird look.
I think you're old enough to not have an imaginary friend.
And went back inside, and Madison instantly reappeared beside me. Where did you go?
I didn't want to meet your stupid sister. And there, I got you. You're dead.
When I was 12, I started junior high school, and it was the worst. All the girls were more interested in boys and makeup than building pillow forts or searching for hidden treasures. I had nothing in common with any of them, and most of them thought I was weird. I was pretty lonely. Then Madison started sneaking into my school. She'd make funny faces and tell the best jokes.
Madison, you're hilarious. Stop, please. I'm gonna pee my pants. Who's Madison?
Is she talking to the wall? Madison told me cool stories, and she was such a gossip. She knew everything about everyone, and she always had my back whenever a bully tried to mess with me. Having her around made me stronger and braver. Hey, ugly, get out of my way. Who are you calling ugly? You look like a rat, and your breath smells like poo. Once I was cast in a school play, and I had to do this huge monologue. My parents didn't even bother to come because Jen had a spelling competition the same day. I was so nervous I could barely speak, but then Madison showed up to cheer me on. I shook off my nerves and gave the best performance ever. I told my parents all about it, but they didn't care. The next day, they dragged me to another one of Jen's boring competitions. Madison brought a bag of ants, and we let them loose on stage. Jen and all the other kids freaked out and ran around screaming. It was hilarious. Then one day, things took a turn. For my 15th birthday, me and my family went on vacation. But when we got back home, I realized that Madison was gone. I searched for her everywhere. The treehouse, at school, and all over the house. She didn't show up. Madison, where are you? What the heck are you screaming about? I can't even hear myself think. I can't find Madison. What are you, 4? Look, I'm really busy, but do you want to talk? I know you're lonely and have trouble making friends, but this isn't healthy. I'm totally fine. Just leave me alone and go back to your books. If it wasn't bad enough that Madison had just left me, Jen soon got moved up to my class because she was so smart, and all the other kids instantly loved her. Is it true? You can spell every word in the dictionary? Yeah, almost. I am an international spelling champion. Ugh, please. What was so impressive about spelling anyway? When was being able to spell the word crustaceology useful? Then one morning, the most popular girl in our class, Emily, handed out invitations to her birthday party. Hey, you forgot to give me my invitation. Sorry, no freaks allowed. Then she whispered to Jen just loud enough for me to hear. I can't believe you're related to her. I hope you can come. It's going to be the best party ever. I don't think I have any contests that weekend, so I should be able to make it. I watched as all the other kids waved their invites around. After school, I walked home and stopped at the candy store to cheer myself up. Just then, I caught this boy staring at me. Then he started following me around the store. I led him down an aisle, hid behind a display case, and when he wasn't looking, I tackled him and put him in a headlock. Ouch, that hurts. What's your problem? Why are you following me? He reached behind me and pulled off a huge piece of paper that was taped to my back with the word loser written in bold black letters. I was so embarrassed. Then all of a sudden, I started to cry like a big baby.
What's wrong?
My life stinks. My best friend abandoned me. My family doesn't like me. And all the kids at school think I'm a freak and a loser.
You're not a loser.
You don't even know me.
I just have a feeling you're pretty cool and someone I'd like to know better.
His name was Hunter, and he was really cute, and we had a ton of things in common. We loved the same books and movies, and he made me laugh a lot. We quickly became friends, and having him around made me feel a lot less lonely. The more time I spent with Hunter, the more I started to like him. He never once compared me to Jen, and he always listened to me. Even when I went on a full-on rant about how my parents gave Jen a brand new laptop on my birthday, and I just got some cheap shoes. Then one day, my parents called me into the kitchen for a family meeting. Guess what, Lola? I got into St. Florence's Academy. Isn't that incredible?
Jen, we're so proud of you. We can't wait to start our new life in Chicago.
Chicago? What? No way! I'm not moving there. I'm not leaving Hunter. Lola, don't be selfish. You'll find plenty of new friends in Chicago. I don't need to make new friends. I already have a friend here. I'm not moving. I stormed off to my room. 10 minutes later, Jen showed up at my door. Can we talk? Why? Have you found more ways to ruin my life? That's not fair. You want to talk about fair? Ever since you were born, you've taken everything away from me. My parents, my toys, my room, and now my only real friend. I know I wasn't very nice to you when we were kids, but I've tried reaching out to you after that to talk or help you out with your issues, but you just shut me out. Issues? My only issue is you. I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah, right. Emily's throwing me a going away party tomorrow night. Come if you want, or just sit in your room being bitter. It's up to you. Jen put the invitation on my bed and left. I was pissed at her, but I'd never been invited to a party before. My heart ached at the thought of leaving Hunter behind and never seeing him again. Hunter was more than my best friend. I felt I was in love with him. I invited Hunter to the party, and he agreed to go. The party was at Emily's mansion, and it was so much fun. The food was great, the music was spectacular, and the best thing of all was that Hunter was there with me. Then a slow song played. It was the perfect moment to tell Hunter how I felt. You want to dance? Sure. Dancing with Hunter was so romantic. He held me tight, and his cologne smelled so good. I looked up into his eyes. I like you. I like you too. You want to kiss me? I really do. We had the most magical kiss, but then something strange happened. I opened my eyes to find everyone staring and laughing and pointing at me, and Hunter was gone. Hunter? Lola, what's wrong? Where's Hunter? He was right there. I started to panic. Where could he have gone? Hey, look at the freak making out with her invisible boyfriend. Emily pointed at a huge screen on the wall. A video of me dancing alone and kissing the air played on a loop. I wished I could curl up into a tiny little ball and roll away. I ran out of there in tears and went straight to my treehouse. Minutes later, I heard a knock, and Jen walked in. Lola, please talk to me. Tell me what's going on with you. I thought Hunter was a real boy I was in love with. How stupid is that? I'm a freak and a loser like everyone says. No, you're not. You just found a way to cope with your loneliness. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Now you know the truth and you can move forward. Move forward to what? No one cares about me. I do. From now on, I'll be here for whenever you need me, I swear. And we're gonna teach Emily a lesson. Jen and I went to my dad's butcher shop and grabbed a bunch of raw meat. Then we went back to Emily's house. Hey, Jen. Hey, crazy. You still looking for the invisible boy? No, we just wanted to give you a gift. A gift for me? What is it? Then Jen and I dumped the raw meat on Emily's head. She screamed like a banshee as Jen and I went away laughing. The next day, as the last of the moving trucks were being loaded, I made one last visit to the treehouse. And suddenly, both Madison and Hunter appeared. How come you're both here now? Will you stay for long this time? We just came to say goodbye. We don't think you need us anymore. You have a chance to start over. Let other people get to know you. They don't know what they're missing. You're a super cool friend. Thanks, you guys. You were there when I needed you the most. Goodbye, Lola, and good luck. It was sad to watch them leave for good, but it felt like it was time. We moved to Chicago, and Jen was true to her word. We started spending more time together, and I realized Jen didn't have the perfect life after all. I'm so tired of spelling bees. I only do the competition to make extra money for Mom and Dad. I just want to be a normal teenager for once and live my life without so much pressure. You should tell them how you feel. I've got your back. I stood by Jen when she told her parents she wanted to stop doing spelling bees. After that, Jen and I grew even closer. I finally had a real best friend, and she just happened to be my genius little sister. Hi, my name is Erica, and I'm from the USA. Please like and subscribe. Some people might call me a nerd, but that's only because I actually enjoy school and love working hard. Maybe that's what happens when the single dad who raised you is a world-renowned neurosurgeon. But I never felt pressured by him to excel. Like him, I just like being the best. And while I don't have many close friends, I generally get along with everybody in my class. Well, everybody except one, Genevieve Leroy. That's only because she's the actual devil. Not really, but hear me out. Genevieve transferred to our school from France when we were in the 5th grade, and I immediately hated her snobby attitude.
Are you seriously reading Matilda? Back in France, we just finished Les Miserables. American children are so immature. Do you still wear tapas too?
She was also crazy smart and got the highest grades in class.
I'm not even trying.
She was just so conceited and full of herself, and I just had to show her that she wasn't better than everybody. everybody. So I worked harder than I ever had, and soon our grades were equal.
So, you think you're as good as me?
No, Genevieve, I'm better. And from that day forward, everything was a competition between us. But there was never a clear winner. We always got the same grades. We both got first place at the 6th grade science fair. We always had the same number of followers on social media. And somehow, our TikToks got the same amount of likes. Would you believe it? We even shared the same birthday. In the 7th grade, our families accidentally had our parties at the same pizza arcade. Instead of having fun, we spent the whole time fighting each other on the Dance Dance Revolution machine.
Getting tired, Erica? You wish, Genevieve. I could do this forever.
We kept dancing even after everyone left, and the pizza arcade security team had to literally throw us out. I was so sore for the next few days. I groaned every time I moved. Things only got worse once we were in high school. In our last year, we both ran for school president, but our smear campaigns and aggressive politics got so out of hand that violence broke out between our supporters. The principal canceled the election and chose a student as president who wasn't either of us. But we were still going to end up being co-valedictorians of our class, and I had to make sure I wrote a better speech than Martin Luther King himself. The bright side of it all was that high school would be over soon, and we'd never have to share a stage or room again. But to make things worse, it was around this time that Bethany barged into my life. I always thought Dad was too busy for romance, but he'd met this demon flirt monster while he was treating her mother, and now the two were dating.
Isn't your dad just like the cutest ever, Erica?
She had him wrapped around her little finger, and before I knew it, he'd asked her to move in with us.
Don't think of me as a replacement for your mother. Not until the wedding, anyway.
As if having a snooty French arch nemesis wasn't enough, I now had to live with Barbie's evil cousin. We couldn't stand each other. All she did all day was constantly try and fail to become a viral influencer through endless Instagram and TikTok posts for a non-existent audience.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll teach you how to trap the man of your dreams.
And whenever Dad wasn't around, she would call me a loser and an annoying know-it-all and go on and on about how I would never get a boyfriend.
No matter what some of those ugly girls say online, boys do not find intelligence attractive, Erica.
But at that point, boys were the last thing on my mind. The same went for Genevieve. We were both so busy trying to be the best at everything that we didn't have time for boys.
Hey, Erica, do you maybe want to go to the movies with me?
How can I go to the movies when I still don't know absolutely everything about the War of 1812? Now shush!
Genevieve, why don't we...
Stop, you poor boy. Is your highest ambition to be nothing more than a distraction to me? But that all changed the day Lee Taylor Reyes transferred to our school.
Howdy, y'all.
He walked into our lives with his rugged good looks and Texas cowboy charm. All the girls fell for him, but none fell harder than Genevieve and me. Oh my God, mon Dieu. We thought we were competitive before, but now it was war. Genevieve and I started doing things neither of us had ever done before. When Lee Taylor became quarterback, we went to every game. Go, Lee Taylor, go!
Lee Taylor, you are the best at American foolishness.
When Lee Taylor got the lead in the school play, we went to every show. Bravo!
Bravo! You have resurrected the theater, Lee Taylor.
Genevieve had always been the more fashionable of the two of us, and once Lee Taylor hit the scene, her clothes and makeup game reached a level unseen.
That's a mighty fine dress you're wearing there, Genevieve.
What? This old thing? I only wear it when I don't care what I look like.
There was no way I could compete with her on that level. Not on my own. I needed help, and there was only one person I could turn to, Bethany.
Erica, it's so wonderful. You're finally acting like a normal girl.
I was so desperate that I let Bethany give me a complete makeover. She used Dad's credit cards to buy me all new clothes and makeup. She took me to the most expensive salon in town and started giving me flirting lessons. Dad was just happy that we seemed to be finally getting along. And the whole time, she was filming everything and posting videos on her stupid channel.
Hey guys, join me on my brave and selfless journey as I turn Erica from a zero to a shiro and help get her the man of her dreams.
And the videos actually went viral. Bethany was officially an influencer now. And the weirdest part was that her lessons were working. Lee Taylor was now paying just as much attention to me as he was to Genevieve.
There's something different about you, Erica, and I like it.
Thanks for noticing, Lee Taylor. But just like with everything else between me and Genevieve, neither of us was actually winning. No matter what we did, Lee Taylor would only lead us both on and wouldn't make a clear choice. Things got so bad in the struggle for Lee Taylor's heart that our grades began to slip. We stopped doing homework, we were failing tests, neither of us were valedictorian anymore. But we didn't care. All our effort was going into out-scheming the other to win over Lee Taylor. Like the time he had a minor football injury and we both went to visit him in the hospital.
Oh, you poor baby. It's a shame your mummy is out of town. But look, my chef made you a consommé, and I will read you the sports section of the newspaper in French.
That looks like gross bathwater. I've got just the thing to make you feel better. Some good old American cheeseburgers. Also, a recent study shows that most people think Spanish is hotter. It ended up being a screaming match in French and Spanish that got us thrown out of the hospital. And one day, after the teacher made me and Lee Taylor lab partners, Genevieve marched up to me angrily in the cafeteria later and pinned me against the wall.
Give it up, Erica. No matter how much makeup you put on or how much idiotic giggling you do, Lee Taylor will be mine. You've never beaten me, and you never will.
What are you talking about? You wear so much makeup you look like a French mime. And besides, it's you who's never beaten me.
I am so much better than you in every way that counts.
Then how come you've never proved it?
Proved this!
Did you just throw a hamburger at my face after saying something totally stupid?
Oui, do you want French fries with that?
As we rolled around on the floor, screaming and attacking each other, we knew we were making an absolute spectacle of ourselves. But we didn't care about what anyone thought, except Lee Taylor. And the next day, he invited me and Genevieve to meet him by the bleachers after school.
Ladies, y'all are two of the prettiest and sweetest gals I've ever met. And I've really tried to choose, but a choice is impossible. So you must make it.
What the heck are you talking about?
Why do you speak nonsense, Lee Taylor?
I heard that y'all's rivalry goes way, way back. I'm thinking it's time that it was finally settled with a race. The Saturday, one lap around the school track. Winner takes all, including my heart.
We were both shocked by this proposal, but when he gave us that heart-melting look of his, we agreed. But what we didn't know was that Lee Taylor had live-streamed our conversation to the whole school, and in the days leading up to Saturday, the race was all anyone could talk about. Posters were put up advertising the race for love. Lee Taylor was actually charging admission. None of this was legal, but the principals and teachers didn't dare try to stop it for fear that the students would rip them to pieces. Everyone was just way too excited about it. The school became divided between Team Erica and Team Genevieve. Some of Genevieve's biggest supporters started wearing black and white striped shirts and berets while waving around baguettes and speaking in terrible French accents.
Oui, oui, don't you see? Genevieve's the girl for Lee.
Things were getting so nuts that people were approaching me in the halls, offering me money to lose the race so they could win big on bets. Even Bethany started showing up to school to interview students for her army of new followers.
So tell me, are you Team Erica or Team Genevieve?
Team Erica, all the way. USA! USA!
Lee Taylor Reyes, be honest. Who do you really want to win the race?
All I say is, may the best girl win.
While all this was going on, I was just trying to ignore the insanity. I'd spend every night doing laps around my yard, trying to get faster and faster. My head was filled with images of my post-race life when I would walk around arm in arm with Lee Taylor. But in a weird way, the thing I was looking forward to the most was an end to this eternal feud with Genevieve. Saturday came, and the crowd was bigger than any homecoming game in our school's history.
Go, Erica, go! Viva la Genevieve!
This is it, my fabulous followers. The Race for Love Live. Now you'll see once and for all Erica's transformation from loser to, not loser. Yeah.
Despite the bizarreness of the scene, Genevieve and I lined up for the race. Lee Taylor had even bought an actual starter pistol from home.
On your marks. Get set, go!
We were off in a flash. The crowd roared. Genevieve and I weren't exactly athletes, but we were giving it our all. We were feeding off the energy surrounding us. The only problem was that neither of us could break away. We were level, like always, literally shoulder to shoulder. As we approached the finish line, it seemed like this would end in yet another tie. My energy was flailing, and in desperation, my eyes searched for Lee Taylor, and they found him, kissing another girl right in front of everyone. I stopped short, fully expecting Genevieve to race ahead and win, but she had stopped too, and was also staring at Lee, sweaty and out of breath. We looked all around us at the ridiculous result of the war we've been waging for so long. What the heck are we doing?
This is very foolish, no?
All of this for a boy?
A conceited and deceitful boy.
He really just manipulated us to make this all happen.
I don't think I've ever felt this dumb in my entire life. Look at what we are wearing.
What happened to us? Our rivalry used to inspire us to become better and better at everything, but now it's only made us worse.
Oui. I've always counted on you to motivate me to be the best I can be.
That's what I've always counted on you for. But why did there have to be all this hate and jealousy?
I have a very tough mother who says second best is a term some loser made up. That's why I'm so competitive. What's your excuse?
I don't really have one. I was just born this way. But look where all this jealousy has gotten us. Silly girls playing stupid games. No more.
I agree. No more.
Genevieve and I walked through that finish line hand in hand and left the field without looking back. The crowd started booing and angrily demanding Lee Taylor refund them the money he had charged them. In case you're wondering what happened next, Dad finally walked in on Bethany screaming like a maniac at me, saw her true colors, and threw her out of the house. Lee Taylor kept playing with the hearts of other girls until the day he messed up with one girl too many.
Hell, she's trying to run me over with her car!
Genevieve and I graduated top of our class. She went on to be a cosmetics entrepreneur, and I became a lawyer. Years later, we still keep in touch and cheer each other's successes.